I'm sending a text to the rest of the commission. Jacques and Kevin, you'll be on the text, although, because I already put your name there.
Okay. And Mary or Jacques or anyone else, is there any like bad background noise in my audio?
You sound fine to me, Kevin.
Okay, there's a swamp cooler running. It kind of distracts me, but it sounds like it's being filtered out.
We do, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a quorum. Let's give the other a few minutes.
Mary, this is Mallory. Trish did send me an email that she won't be able to jump on until about 3 o'clock.
Okay. Was I included on that email? Did you notice? Because if I wasn't, I'll just ask her to make sure she emails me as well.
Well, she's actually joining right now, so.
Okay, good. So the only person we're missing is Gabriel, but we will start. The date is June 15th, 2021. The time is 2:32, and I'm calling this workshop of the County Commission to order. Present are myself, commissioners, Mary McGann, Tricia Dean, Evan Clapper, Kevin Walker, Jacques Hadler, and missing are Sarah Stock and Gabriel Wojtek at this moment. We also have Quinn Hall, Clerk Auditor, and Christina Sloan, our County Attorney. County Administrator, Chris Baird, Associate Administrator, Mallory Nassau, Office Staff, Claire Collins. This part of the meeting will be on the redistricting workshop. So I'm going to hand the meeting over to Moon Dutchin. Did I say it correctly?
Oh, I usually say Duchin, but I'm not picky.
Duchin. Well, now that I know it, Duchin.
Great, thank you. Well, it's really good to be here with you today. I'll take a second to introduce myself, and then I have some slides I want to go through, but I'm hoping to kind of have a back and forth with you rather than to just kind of lecture. So I'm a mathematician by training. I'm a math professor at Tufts University, which is just outside Boston. And for the last about 5 years, I've been doing research in redistricting. And now I run a lab. I think we're about to get up to a staff size of 15 this week. And we're heavily engaged in redistricting around the country. So I want to tell you a little bit about what I think of as the sort of what's new in redistricting in the last 5-10 years, and then open it up to questions and conversation. So I will first share my screen to just go over some redistricting basics and principles. Oh. Ew. I think I'm having a little trouble. When I go to full screen, can you tell me if you see this full screen? So right now you see it in a frame. Now, do you see it full screen?
Yes, we see it full screen.
Oh, okay, great. So my Zoom is just giving me unnecessary error messages. All right, so let's get started. So and now you see a slide called the crash course? Yeah.
No, it says redistricting in 2021.
Ooh, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All right, so I'm not going to be able to. Sometimes Zoom just acts up on me. We all live on Zoom now, right? So I'm not going to be able to do full screen, but that's okay. So, all right, a crash course on redistricting then. What are the rules and kind of how do they fit together into a framework? How have computers crashed the scene? What does it look like to take community of interest structure into account? So mapping communities. And then how to think about partisan fairness. I think there's kind of two schools of thought: partisan fairness by scores and partisan fairness by comparisons. And I'll outline what I mean by that. And then what's special about Grand County? How does all of this maybe apply or not apply so well to the Grand County case? Okay, so first let's go through and look at some of the basic, these are sometimes called traditional districting principles, TM. They're the most common, or in some cases universal, rules about what districts have to do. And I should say, all across the country, we have slightly different setups because laboratories of democracy, we like to let states regulate their own elections, right? And so a few of these rules are federal, and so they apply everywhere, and I'll explain. But most of them are really state by state. And sometimes states say nothing beyond the federal requirements, and then sometimes it's left to the courts. So this is a pretty messy area of redistricting practice, is to understand like exactly what the rules are and how to interpret them in a way that's really concrete. Okay, so the first two on this list are federal requirements. The first is equal population. This applies not just to congressional districts, but to state legislative districts, to county commission districts, to districts that elect people to office. Ever since the 1960s, the Supreme Court has required the principle that's now called one person, one vote, which is that you have to equalize the census population, for now, over the districts in your plan. Two, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Again, this applies to districts large and small, from congressional down to city council or, park commission. The Voting Rights Act says that minority groups that pass a certain list of, kind of checkbox tests have to be provided with an opportunity to elect candidates of choice. So pretty much the way you should think about the VRA, I think, unless you're a lawyer, is that what it says is where it's possible to create opportunity, you should create opportunity for minority groups. Initially, it was intended just to apply to African Americans in the US, but it's kind of grown and expanded its reach over the years to apply to other minority groups, including language minorities. And it's still very much active law, although lots of people think that won't be true in 5 more years. Contiguity and compactness. Those are your basic ideas about district shape and form. So contiguity says each district should be connected. It shouldn't have one piece over here and another piece over there. And compactness, that one says that the districts should kind of have nice plump shapes instead of looking like crazy snakes, right? The funny thing about compactness is, for someone like me, who's not just a mathematician, but my background's in geometry, I really thought when I started to get interested in redistricting that this shape stuff is where all the action was. And that doesn't turn out to be true, although I'll tell you a little bit more about kind of how shape matters. Okay, next, communities of interest. So surprisingly, more than 30 states have something in their rules that says communities matter when it comes to redistricting. But basically no one before this year has, only California, and in that case, rather imperfectly, has thought about what it would mean to take that seriously as more than a principle, but actually as kind of something actionable, right? And I'll talk about how that looks this time, which is quite different than even 10 years ago. Partisan fairness. Well, we have 2 major parties in the US, but often we have elections that are nonpartisan, and often we have elections with more than just major party candidates. So how do we think about partisan fairness? This turns out to be its own little sub mess within the greater mess. There's a lot of competing ideas for that. You might ask that the playing field isn't tilted to one party. You might ask that the line drawers don't look at partisan data at all. Many states do. And lots of states want incumbency status not to be taken into account. A few states explicitly say you should take incumbency status into account, right? So people have all different ideas about what would be fair when it comes to party. The last one that I'll mention for now is also very common, which is that district drawers should use county and municipal boundary lines as district lines when they can. Another way to say that is don't split a county or a city or a village or a township. Just don't split something that has an identity unless you have to, right? And man, this list could go on as long as you want. These are just the top few, and I hope you see that it's already extremely long of a list and vague and some of these things are likely to be in tension with each other. So this is a slide that's meant to say redistricting is messy and it's hard, right? I'm going to mostly leave these alone. I'll come back a little bit to some of them, especially partisan fairness and communities. But does anyone have any questions at this point? All right. Okay, so then computers come on the scene. So this has seemed to some folks like the way to go since the 1960s. Like it happens pretty much at the same moment that the court says you have to equalize population. If you think about 1960s technology, and you think about building out of little census geographies, getting that population really closely balanced is going to be very hard to do by hand. So computers were a natural place to look for assistance. But more than that, people thought computers would do the redistricting for them. That was the dream of the 1960s. Just tell the computer your criteria and hit go, right? And then you wait a little while and it'll tell you all the possibilities and you'll just pick your favorite one or the best one, right? So this doesn't work because computers want to break your heart, because it just turns out on a math level to be too big of a problem. You have to wait forever. Like people will not exist anymore. People will be gone by the time the computer finishes answering that question, right? All right, so, well, we can't get them all, but we can still sample. And I'm going to show you some pictures of this. Oh, maybe I'll even be able to show you the animations. These days we can get computers to build millions or billions of plans, even though we know we'll never get them all. We have some really good math ideas that tell us how to get a sample that's like representative of all the possibilities, right? So that's I'm going to profile that a little bit. Okay, so let's see, can I get these to play? Yeah, looks like that's playing. So this is an idea that was really cutting edge 5 years ago. Things move fast. And it was, if you think about this picture as a districting plan, so every different color is like a district, you make little changes to the plan as you go and you see different districting plans. So I'm getting a sample, I'm getting lots of different plans. And then there's a kind of newer idea that looks like this. And something I hope that you notice, it doesn't look like I can play these two at the same time, so I'll just alternate them. So something that I hope that you notice is this flip chain on the left, it changes less. And it started out with vertical stripes and it's kind of stubbornly keeping some vertical stripeness to it. Also, these districts are not very compact. They're long and stretched out because they started that way and they're having trouble changing, right? But this scheme on the right just blasts through that initial configuration and gives you like lots of different looking compact plans. So these days, actually in my lab, we have open source algorithms that anybody can download and use to do this. And I think our last speed check was that on a full size state, like for instance, Pennsylvania, we were getting like 1 million plans in 8 seconds these days. So it's what you'd call blazingly fast. Okay, so that's nice, but so what? What does that do for you? Well, first let's see it on Pennsylvania. So this is the same process running on Pennsylvania. It's taking a plan and it's kind of changing it to a new plan. And it's doing that a lot to give you a lot of variety, right? Okay, so let's just muse and think about that for a second. What could that be good for? Well, the original hope was to learn everything about what's possible so that you could pick the best thing. In 2021, the goalposts have moved. We're no longer thinking about trying to pick the best one because these days, I think most people in the redistricting space understand how human it is, how like holistic it is. When you're talking about preserving communities, the computer's not going to figure that out for you, right? You really need human thought and human agency. So what can the computer do if not just find the best? So what it can do is find you alternatives and tell you how you stack up against neutral plans. So this algorithm is only following, like computers do, it is only following the rules I instructed it to follow, which are try for compact districts, balance the population, and every district should be one connected piece, right? And these days we have, those of us who study this, we've figured out how to layer in other requirements, like try to preserve counties and, offer opportunity for large minority groups. So these kinds of things that are subtle can be operationalized, and you can get a computer to kind of build you a world, a universe of possibilities pursuant to your priorities. And I think that's kind of the exciting breakthrough in the last few years. Okay, so let me show you what you can do with that. What is that good for? So this is a case I got to see up close. So in 2018, the state of Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania legislature was sued but for having put out a plan that was thought to be a partisan gerrymander. So I think you can see my mouse, right? Okay, great. So this is the plan that the legislature proposed in 2011 after the census of that year. And I'll explain more about the numbers and everything else that's going on. But first, this is the legislature's plan. Indeed, the court found it to be a gerrymander. They threw it out and they said, legislature, try again, make a fairer map. So this is the 2018 do-over plan. If you were to look at these pretty closely, actually, maybe I can zoom in and show you, you'd see there's one obvious thing that's really different about these plans. So this one, not compact. The shapes look gross, right? They just don't look reasonable. They look like they're bending all over the place and maybe trying to advance some kind of agenda. Whereas this do-over plan looks great. That's about as compact as you can get while doing all the other things in the balancing act. It looks just fine, right? But here's what the numbers mean. If you take the presidential election from 2016, so you take Clinton versus Trump from 2016, or you take the Senate election from the same year, which was on the same ballot at the same time in Pennsylvania, that was Toomey versus McGinty. You take those two elections and you ask, out of the 18 districts in this plan, how many have a Democratic majority? Now, both of those elections were 50-50. They were like virtual ties between Democrats and Republicans, but Democrats only got 4 seats out of 18 in the presidential voting pattern, in the Senate voting pattern, and 6 in the presidential voting pattern. So somehow half the votes was giving Democrats a real minority of the seats in this crazy looking plan, and the exact same numbers were achieved by this nice looking plan, right? So remember I said at the beginning, we know these days that shape isn't enough to kind of take away all the other degrees of freedom that you have when you redistrict. And here's a good example. This plan had kind of all the same partisan properties as that one. So I was personally able to get involved for this because I was brought in by the governor of Pennsylvania as a consultant for that process, where the question, like my mandate, was to come up with a system to help him evaluate when a map might be reasonably fair, right? So this is something that I've been working on for a while. And the governor's team also hired a map maker, not me, that wasn't my job, to make a governor's map. The court appointed a law professor from California to make a map. So that's the court map, the remedial map. And here's one that was made by a classroom full of 8th graders. Okay. And so the numbers tell a little bit of the story. Remember, this is an 18 district delegation. And so 50-50 voting, you might think would be a 9-9 outcome, but Democrats never got to 9 seats in any of these plans. They got to 7 seats in the governor's plan, 5 or 8, depending on the voting pattern in the court plan, and 6 or 7 in the 8th grade plan. Okay, everybody with me? Great. So now I come in and my job is like, well, here's some numbers, but what's reasonable? What might you expect? What would have happened if nobody was paying attention to partisan data? And I come along and say, hey, computers are really good at not paying attention to stuff, right? So what's my method? It's to do exactly what you saw on the last slide, randomize districts for Pennsylvania, collect a whole bunch of districts for Pennsylvania, and then ask the question, how many districts would I expect to have a Democratic advantage in this neutral collection, right? And here's the answer. So this bell curve shows you out of, I think this is 100,000 neutrally created districts, how many have a Democratic advantage. And you can see that if people voted like they did for Senate, you'd typically get 5 through 9 seats for Democrats, even though it's just about an evenly tied election. Is that making sense? I know this is a lot of information. Do you see what I'm saying? It's an equal election, 49-51. But instead of getting that equal split of seats, something about where people live in Pennsylvania is creating some advantage for the Republicans. So Democrats are getting fewer than an equal number of seats. Okay, so that's true. And the same thing's true for president, is that something about the geography of where people live. If you look at the way people voted for Clinton versus Trump, you'd see there's a Clinton majority in 5 through 9 districts, even though it's really super, super close to an even election. Okay, great. So the argument that you can make from this is like, if you had an outcome with 6 or 7 seats, you shouldn't interpret that as evidence of gerrymandering. Instead, you can interpret that as like not having looked at the partisan data, sort of like these 8th graders, right? So that's an interpretation here, is that this 8th grade map behaves as though it was made without any partisan data. You buying that? Does that make some sense? Okay. And similarly for the governor's map, the court map, and this is the one that was actually chosen by the court and that is in place today. It behaves really differently when people vote like they did for president versus for Senate, which is interesting. And then you can see the legislative plans are super stingy to Democrats. In fact, I've sort of circled this 4 over here. If people vote like they did for Senate and they're only getting 4 seats, that's what you call the invisible part of the bell curve, right? So this is an extreme outlier in terms of how inhospitable it is for Democrats, at least with respect to this voting pattern.
So,
Okay.
so Moon, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So the difference between the red line, which is percentage of votes, and the middle of the bell curve, that's just due to population distribution. And that's
Absolutely. Let's see. I don't have it on these slides, but I could show you if you're interested. Pennsylvania is
the difference between the actual plan in the middle of the bell curve. That's where it looks like gerrymandering or some kind of partisan bias.
Yes, courts have found this to be persuasive evidence of partisan bias. When you're not somewhere in this kind of neutral range, but you're all the way over on the side of the world that's most beneficial to yourselves. And of course, in this case, you will have guessed it's a Republican-controlled legislature. So if you're all the way over on the side of most advantage for your own party, this is giving, the courts have found, I'm not a judge nor a lawyer, but the courts have found this to be persuasive evidence of intent to gerrymander. It's taking the natural advantages that just come from geography. So as you were saying, Kevin, like in many states, Democrats tend to be more located in urban areas. And that's extremely true in Pennsylvania. Philly's all the way over in the corner of the state, and it's very, very blue. Pittsburgh's a spot over on the other side, and then there's lots of red, like in many American states these days. And so something about that arrangement is unfavorable to Democrats, and this method can quantify that. That's what I think is super cool about this, is that it's one thing for people to say, as they've been saying for decades, Democrats have some structural disadvantage due to geography, and for a method like this to tell you how much. And I'll tell you, I work on this a lot, and this is one of the more extreme states. The most extreme state I've ever seen is Ohio, where the natural landscape gives Republicans a huge advantage in Ohio. On the other hand, Virginia is another 50-50 state where actually that bell curve is pretty centered, right? It really just, the geography, the human geography, the political geography has a big effect on kind of what the outcomes would be if you closed your eyes and did everything blind.
And I guess I also wanted to interject that it's nearly 3. So if we're going to have time for discussion, we should.
Yep. Okay. I have a couple more things I want to say. Not too bad. So let me try and zip through them. That was the fanciest thing I wanted to say. All right. So what are communities of interest? So communities of interest, or COIs, are areas where people have some shared concern that needs a voice in government. So this is super far over in the direction of vague and human and not computery, right? It's where people might all have the same set of employers, or they have some cultural concerns in common, or maybe there's a tourist industry like in Moab. Maybe there's educational interests and so on, right? And so in redistricting kind of best practices, people think that communities should be taken really seriously. So you should, if a community is of the right size to benefit from being kept whole, you should try to do that. If they're really big and you don't want to pack them into one district, they might benefit in terms of their voice in government from being split. And so the principle is just like ask people what their communities are, and then use it to inform some of your decisions. So there's some software to do that. That if you ask, because I'm going to try to wrap this up, but I can show it to you. And the idea is this is software that's built by my lab called Districtor. It lets people not only tell you what matters, but show you where it is on the map. Say like, hey, this is my neighborhood. And in this neighborhood, we need new sidewalks or whatever it is, right? Okay. I was going to say just the littlest bit about partisan fairness, namely that, like with everything in redistricting world, there are vague ideas, and then people have come up with scores to like test for those. So all the vague ideas about partisan fairness have an associated list of scores like proportionality, efficiency gap, mean median, partisan symmetry. You might have heard some of these. In 2018, the voter referendum in Utah actually called out partisan symmetry in particular as like a preferred way of thinking about partisan fairness. But like the point I wanted to make about this is that most of those scores, all the ones on the previous slide, they assume that you know what's ideal. So for instance, all of those scores are going to think a 50-50 election should produce a 50-50 delegation because that just sounds fair and all the scores are keyed to that. But what we just saw in Pennsylvania is that that's not what you should expect if someone's not, just because someone's not trying to cheat doesn't mean you're going to get your 50-50 outcome, right? The geography might obstruct it. So given what we can do with computers, there's another option, which is the one I sketched for you a few minutes ago. Maybe we don't know what perfect is, but we know what really bad is. You don't want to be an extreme outlier unless you have a really good reason to do that, right? So the bell curve is showing you the world specified by the rules. You shouldn't fall off the edge without a good reason. Okay, so I'll just wrap up by saying, like, how might all of this scale down from a big state like Pennsylvania to a small county like Grant County? So just a couple of observations that you know very well from living there and representing the county. The population is far from evenly dispersed. It's very concentrated. And not only that, but this one's important. Precincts, which are, of course, the administrative units that count the votes, precincts are huge relative to the size of your county commission districts. So that means, like, for my algorithm that I was showing you where I was making all those Pennsylvania maps, I was building them out of whole precincts, but we can't do that in Grant County. So I'll put this all together, and what it means is that the kind of off-the-shelf scores are going to be uninformative, most likely, for the stuff that matters to you in Grant County. That's okay. This suite of techniques can still help. You have to think through your rules and your priorities, and then you can use these sampling methods to see how your proposed plan or plans compare to the things that you might have done. And then I think, I'll wind down and just say that's the sort of what these techniques can really do is show you how what you did is different from what you could have done, rather than some unattainable ideal. And I think that means we made a lot of progress. Okay, I'll stop there. So do y'all have any questions for me? Would you like to see a mapping demo?
Commission, where are you? Does anyone have any specific questions? Let's start with that. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Get the gallery view.
I mean, I can think of some, but I want to let other people go first. So. Also, Mary, if we run out of time in the workshop, like in just the commissioner reports, I could like do the demo of the website if I'm not sure when you're hoping to wrap this up. So.
Well, I think I saw. I think we wanted to make sure that we gave the workshop at least half the time, so probably 15 more minutes.
Okay.
We should move on. So perhaps if no one has any questions, we should do the have Moon show us the mapping exercise.
Sure, I will do that. I'll show you a quick demo. Let me just make sure I see where everything is. Okay. All right, so let's see if this works non-glitchily. All right, so what you have here is a public comment portal for Grand County. It's customized for Grand County. And there's a little bit of a welcome, and then it explains the 3 ways that members of the community can communicate with you. They can give you written testimony, they can draw a districting plan, or they can describe their neighborhood or community of interest. And there's a form that people can use to fill in what it is that they want to tell you, and then they submit. And when they do, it'll appear in this gallery, and you can see that so far, Kevin Walker is our star commentator here in this gallery. But this is live now and open to the public. I'll put the URL in the chat so that you can play with it and let people know. So what I wanted to show you is what happens when you try to make a map. So for instance, suppose I want to make county commission districts. So this jumps me into, this is the Districtor software that I mentioned before. So this jumps me in and lets me start drawing. So I can move around. I can do all the usual things I'm used to doing with like smartphone maps or Google Maps to zoom in to where I want to be. And then I get to paint this map with the 5 colors that correspond to 5 districts. And one thing that's nice about the software is it live updates as you draw. So I hope you're noticing as I draw, this population bar is growing. And the data that we have in here now, because as those of you who are redistricting junkies will know, the census data is really late this year. So this is an estimate produced by the census of how much population there was in each of these block groups in 2019. Okay, so you draw, and then you can switch colors, you can lock your old districts and keep going. Okay, so I hope you play with it. It's pretty fun and addictive. And you can try to keep all of those different districting criteria in mind as you map. What the software lets you do in addition is go to data layers to see different kinds of things. So suppose you want to see just how concentrated the population actually is in Grand County. You could turn on demographics, and this is demographics by race. I can just activate total population. And now you see, here I'll turn off the painted districts that I have. You see that I can do this as sized circles, for instance. The population is extremely concentrated down here near Moab, as you will be 0% surprised to learn. Okay. The other thing that you can do in here is see stats on your districts. So you can see population by race or voting age population by race. And we can put in any other census data that you might want to see. Okay, so
yeah, there was a question about what other data layers are available other than population and race. Is there?
Yeah.
Would it need to be available by at the block granularity?
So because we're using 2019 ACS data, that data is on a slightly bigger geography called block groups. So we've already had to disaggregate it to blocks. And that means that any socioeconomic data collected by the Census Bureau, we can make visible. You just have to request it. So in other states, people have asked to see where do people own their home versus where do they rent. That's data that we can visualize. They've asked to see, where are there higher percentages of high school graduates, car ownership, any statistics collected by the Census Bureau can be made available. So I hope you'll ask, play around with this, think about what data you might want to see and just let us know. And
just to clarify, so the Census Bureau gives that data in block groups, and then you just make a guess about how it breaks down according to block.
Well, we have 2 options. One thing we can do is just show it as a data layer without disaggregating it at all. We can visualize it without any kind of breaking it down to smaller units. But if you want to do it on evaluation, so you want those added up on the districts that you've drawn, then we do need to make a guess about how to proportionally assign it from the bigger units to the smaller ones. Yes, these are all important subtleties. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to show you about this is that if you click save here, you'll get a pop-up that lets you copy the URL that points to your plan to your clipboard. So you can email it to your friend, you can tweet it, or whatever it is you want to do. And then down here, there's a submission button that jumps you right back into the portal with your plan filled out. So this is the silly, like not very deep plan I just drew live. That's just been ported over here and recognized by the portal. And so now I would just need to give it a title and say something about it. I can give it tags. I can say who I am and then submit, and it will instantly appear in the gallery. And that's how this works. Last thing I'll show here, unless folks have questions, is there's something a little different about mapping communities. So one thing that you'll notice is that there's a slightly more detailed base map here for mapping communities. If you zoom in far enough, it'll start to show street names and businesses and so on. So you can really get oriented to where you are. And you can also put in an address in the search bar and use that to go straight to where you want to get started. And then you can paint different communities. So this is a way to identify neighborhoods. And I'm just going to call this blue zone because I'm not super knowledgeable about Moab. And then you'd say kind of what makes this a community. So there's a place for you to tell the story about why this should be taken into account when folks draw the lines. And then I can add a second one and draw another over here. And I can jump to either one. I can name this. I'm going to give this the terrible name, yellow zone. And then you can put a description here. And then in the exact same way as we had for districting plans, this can then be, we can go over to evaluation and we can see for the blue zone and yellow zone that I drew, how many people live there. And when I'm done, I can submit that back to the portal. So that's what this is set up to do, is to help you take input from the public so that you can be in touch with what folks want to see and not to see in their new districts.
I mean, when I was trying to draw some community boundaries, it was, just having to paint them according to census blocks was kind of limiting, because sometimes the boundary of the community runs right to the middle of the census block. Is there also an option just to draw a polygon independent of the census block structure?
Not exactly, but we do give you the option to mark a point, right? So if there's something more specific you want to say, but these like tiles are too big to say it, you can mark a point. So you can say, for instance, that, this Utah State location. So I can do the same thing as before. I can give it a name and sort of talk about it and why it's important. Oh, actually, we found that feature is really popular. When people want to tell you about their neighborhood, there are often particular places that anchor the neighborhood. So that doesn't have to follow the tiles. That can be wherever you want.
And then I guess a related question, I think one of the census blocks on the southeast has a really large population, like 500 people, and it's also very large geographically.
Yep, I noticed that when I was making maps here.
Is there any way to split that thing in two, or is that going to be the same census block once we get the real numbers?
Oh, that's a great question, and I can look that up for you because the census has released the new geography. It just hasn't told us how many people live there yet, but we know what the shapes will be. So that's easily looked up. Just remind me to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I think someone else started to say something.
This looks really interesting. It'll be fun to play with, to work with, and see what we can come up with. And certain things seem obvious, like Castle Valley is a community. That's fairly, but I don't know if that Castle Valley's population has grown or diminished in the last 10 years. And then how do you, this is something we can decide. How do we get the public to really engage in this?
Yep. I can give you some tips from what I've seen happening in other places. One is that it's kind of interesting. Even in the COVID moment, it's still the case that in-person meetings drive a lot of participation. We set up a portal in Michigan working with their independent commission, and days when you have like a whole burst of submissions, that there was an in-person meeting somewhere. So I was surprised by that. I thought that everything would be online driven. But actually, like getting people together in a space seems to work really well. Actually, another thing I should have mentioned is that we host trainings twice a week because a lot of folks find this a little, I mean, I'm so glad to hear that you think this looks fun. I think so too. But a lot of folks find it pretty intimidating. And so we have big group sessions and then we have small group study halls that people are absolutely welcome to just drop in on anytime. And I'll drop into the chat right now a little bit of information about that. So you should feel free to kind of talk up the, oh, I see I can't chat to the whole group, but I can chat to Mallory. Okay. So people should feel free to drop in anytime, and hope you'll talk this up and get people excited about it.
Yes, we can maybe put that on a future consideration to have a discussion on how to get our citizens involved early on so that at the last minute, everybody's saying, oh, we didn't know anything about this. So, okay, any questions from the commission? Christina, anyone?
Well, quickly, I'd like to say I'm the county attorney, Moon, and I thought this was all very interesting, and I actually graduated from Tufts, so go Jen.
Oh, wow, right on.
You're such a nerd.
Welcome, Sarah. I'm glad to see you're with us.
I had some, kind of before getting down to such a granular level, is there any kind of resource for, like you were mentioning, there's some advantages to having an area split so that they have multiple representatives versus like having a zone all looped together so that, there might be a local who could gain a seat or.
Yep. I can point you to two references for that. One is I've been working with some collaborators on an edited volume about gerrymandering, and we interviewed that same law professor who drew the Pennsylvania map, and he's drawn maps for the whole country for the last 20 years. He's like the go-to guy. We interviewed him about that, and he's the one who made that point first to me that really got through to me, that the best thing for a community isn't always to keep them together. So I'd be happy to pass that along. Our book's in press, but I can pass along the preprint. The other places you can go, there's some really nice, the Brennan Center has a really beautiful guide to redistricting. But I think when it comes to this communities of interest question, it's pretty fresh. And the work that our group and other groups are doing in this cycle is kind of breaking new ground. So there's not that much written about how to do it well yet.
Yeah, I guess my consideration is my instinct is to lump everybody together.
Yeah.
And then if we start playing with these mapping tools and clicking around and stuff, if there's other considerations, besides just that, if there's things like, I don't know what else they would be because this is not my wheelhouse, but kind of any kind of bullet points on things to consider when playing with these tools would be useful for me.
Here's a super quick rule of thumb. The size of a community might be your first and most powerful guide to whether it's better served by being preserved or split. So if, in gerrymandering studies, we like to talk about packing and cracking. And so you can harm a group's representation, you can dilute their vote by packing them into districts with like wastefully high numbers. So rule of thumb, if your community is more than 75% of the size of a district, they're probably not well served by being kept together. It'd probably be better for them. So this is just absolute rule of thumb territory. But at about 3/4 the size of the district, they're probably better off being split and having a loud voice in two districts rather than being packed into one.
Okay, it is 3:15 and we do have another workshop. Looks like we're going to probably have questions more when we get into the actual work of attempting to do this. And so we'll probably be calling you back.
All right, sounds great. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. That was very informative.
Okay,
Very
take
well
care,
done.
everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving into the 2021 fire season workshop with Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands Area Bureau of Land Management, and U.S. Forest Service. So I'm looking through the names. Who is here for the Forestry, Fire, and State Lands? Here we are. Michael, you're the LaSalle District.
So Michael's with U.S. Forest Service.
The
Michael,
U.S. Do you want to unmute? And who do we have from the Bureau of Land Management?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Clark Mon with the BLM.
With the BOM, Clark Mon with the BOM. And so we have the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. Do we have anyone here from the state lands area? Well, let's have, Caro, do you want to start? Or would Michael like to start?
Hey, the Forest Service can go ahead and kick off. Sorry to walk on you there, Clark.
That's all right.
I brought along today Rob Kephart, who's our fire management officer for the South Zone of the Mantic LaSalle National Forest. And I'll turn it over to Rob Kephart here. Go ahead, Rob.
Hello, everybody. I guess the things I wanted to share with you about this year is to briefly go over our chief's letter, which is kind of national level direction and drives our approach to wildfire management. And then yesterday at the cooperators meeting, I shared some information with you about we were looking for additional resources and things like that. And I've got some news on that as well, so I can tell you what things are looking like for this season. So essentially, the chief's letter touched on 3 topics this year. One being how we treat each other, and both internally and externally. The need to continue to manage for COVID response. And then as it related to fire, largely what's different this year compared to last year. Last year with COVID, we were directed that fire was unwanted on the landscape. So we were to aggressively and fully suppress every start. This year, we have all of our tools back, meaning that it gives us a lot more options to do things. And then I'll just read the blurb specifically about fire. As always, we remain anchored to the cohesive strategy vision to safely and effectively extinguish fire when needed, use fire where allowable, manage our natural resources, and as a nation to live with wildland fire. Its 3 goals of creating resilient landscapes, fire-adapted communities, and safe and effective risk-based wildfire response continue to guide us. Prioritizing fuels treatment in the highest risk places is one of the most climate-smart actions we continue to take to protect communities and landscapes and create places for firefighters to work with reduced hazards. As the 2021 fire year unfolds, we will continue to use all the tools we have available, including prescribed fire, mechanical treatments, and wildland fire to meet our objectives. So we had a lot of discussion about what that meant for us here locally. And what we decided is that we were going to continue to be very aggressive in initial attack, that first 24-hour period. And to do that, we're going to need some help this year, given that we'll be managing with Pack Creek for a while. So by the end of the week, we're going to have 3 additional engines come into the area. And also what we would call an incident commander type 3. So part of where we've improved our aggressive actions is by ordering aircraft much earlier. That creates a different management structure, and a higher level incident commander is needed. And so given that we're probably going to be ordering aircraft much earlier, having that additional incident commander around will allow us to start doing that much quicker. The other thing I had mentioned when I spoke to the cooperators was that I could seek out some additional funding for prevention work. And then yesterday, I was told that I have an additional $5,000 to do those kind of things. That's not a huge chunk of change, but I think we can do some smart and maybe even some new and creative things. The other thing I think it would be good to talk about is talking to homeowners, landowners, and things like that about defensible space and fire-wise communities. So the more work they do on their landscape, the higher chance of success we have in defending those structures when they're threatened. And so there's lots of websites and informations out there. Firewise is a really good one. And of course, if anybody had any questions about that, then I would be more than willing to help and answer those questions. Also, as I mentioned, our recreation staff is going to be helping us. And so we're going to develop a cohesive patrol strategy so that we can work on enforcing the fire restrictions that we have. And then, as we talked about some of this stuff and I started strategizing on some new things and how can we really get the message to the land users that are most likely to have either illegal fires or to leave even a legal campfire unattended, I was kind of surprised. So one of the things we talked about was sandwich boards, which are little information signs that we can build pretty easy that would have all of that information there, and we could do it in multiple languages. And so somebody suggested, well, make sure you put one up at the Maverick. And so I just happened to stop by the Maverick today, and they do have, firewood bundles for sale, and they all are wearing shirts inside that say something along the lines of campfire smell not included or something like that. So, part of their business strategy is selling firewood to all of the visitors. So I don't know necessarily what to do with that, but if we could engage with them or be able to put the sandwich boards up at the local businesses, then at least people would know where they could have legal fires. We could include a lot of information about how to deal with those fires and how to make sure that they're out before they leave, all of those things. That's about all I had. So I could turn it over to Clark, or if you had any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from anyone? Excuse me? No one has any questions?
I guess
Or
I
do you-
do. I guess I would like a little more clarity on the fire ban that's going to come into effect on the 18th. Will that stop all fires in the forest, recreational fires, or will they still be allowed in rings?
So I haven't seen that, so I'll ask Michael because I think he's been working on that or contributing to that.
Yeah, so the draft order, is likely to permit fire within established, developed campgrounds. And there's going to be other components to it, such as, if you're in a dispersed recreational site, you have a propane stove, so to speak, you'll be able to still utilize that. And that's another component to this the fire ban coming down, as it's commonly called, fire ban, is that we're entering into it at the same exact time that the BLM and other federal agencies are entering into it. It's part of that clarity of sticking together and all saying the same thing all at once, make it easier for the users to stick to the guidelines as closely as possible and not have to worry about, well, am I on the BLM side of the fence or the Forest Service side of the fence, which they often don't recognize at any rate. So there is some ease to that, and it should be consistent across all of the federal land managers beginning on the 18th. So it is stage 1 restrictions, which do allow those fires within those developed recreation sites, and some other things as well, such as propane stoves as opposed to open flame and things like that. So, but it's still in draft, and we're waiting to approve that.
Michael, a few years back, they made it so that there couldn't even be fires in a fire ring. I don't remember what year that was, but there was, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe 3. What was the trigger that made it so that it went from allowing them in fire rings to not allowing fires at all?
It's usually fuels conditions and projected outlook of conditions, the ease of which the fuels have to start out on the landscape. Social behavior does have a component to it as well. When we send folks out and do notice that we're still getting starts despite the fire bans and despite those restrictions, that could also kick it off as well. So it has to be pretty extreme conditions for sure for those additional fire restrictions to take place. And as we do it, we try to do it all together to make it simpler across the landscape for people to understand the rules. We'll be writing the same fire order for stuff that's at 3,000 elevation and 12,000 elevation. So it's kind of right sizing across there. There are some benefits to doing it all together, and certainly the agencies do look. There may be times where they decide to do their own thing simply because of the conditions within the landscape that they manage as well. So I hope that answered your question.
So I'm sorry, go ahead, Mary.
I was just going to say the conditions seem extreme enough now to me.
Yeah.
I think we just have evidence of a fire in a developed campsite causing a fire that spread very quickly. That seems like pretty direct evidence that maybe that's not a good idea now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why, like I said, the order still is in draft, and it's still in conversation about what level of restrictions we go into and at what time to do that.
Michael, is there someone that I believe our commission is pretty much on the same page, that we would at this point like to see just a complete fire ban like they had a few years back? And is there anyone, could we write to somebody, could you give us some names that maybe we can let them know that in Grand County, we would really like to see a complete fire ban, and perhaps part of that fire ban is a ban on selling firewood? I don't know if they could do that. That might not even be legal.
Of course, we would have nothing to do with the ban on selling firewood there, but we most certainly I can write you, Mary, and send on some information of who we can contact to begin that conversation and make sure that you're heard in that opinion from Grand County. And I'll absolutely connect you with our forest leadership and regional leadership as well. So if you'd like to start that discussion, welcome the discussion for sure.
Thank you, Michael. Kevin, I keep interrupting you. What did you want?
Oh, I'm most of your questions were better than the ones I was going to ask, but I was curious, at what is this like a forest decision or a region decision or something in between, Michael?
It can be a decision at the forest level, but generally speaking, we try to coordinate across all of southeastern Utah, and we try to coordinate with state agencies and federal land management agencies. Again, it's all about trying to send out the same message at the same time. The state decided this year to go a week earlier than the federal government had chosen to do, but that was all part of a group conversation and everyone weighing the risks across quite a large area of landscape in coming to the date. So the state had decided on the 10th for those initial restrictions, the stage 1 restrictions, and the federal government had collectively decided on the 18th for those type of restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, Kevin? Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Carl?
Oh, okay, it's Clark Mon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's who you're referring to. Okay. So yeah, as far as restrictions go on the BLM side, we'll be going into restrictions at the same time with the Forest Service, and that does have a lot to do with social behavior, like Michael said right there, as far as when we'd move to a stage 2 restriction, which would be a complete fire ban. And what it does with the stage 1, it makes enforcement easier for our law enforcement officers out there. We know where the fires are going to be. Typically in the BLM campgrounds, we don't have problems with wildfires. We've cleared out the fuel around those fire rings. We've got a maintenance crew that goes out there and takes care of those, cleans up after folks. So it does decrease the escaped campfires that we see from the dispersed areas. Tend to be where we see our problem fires. So, but you know, the fire management group for the interagency will be evaluating that. And if we need to move into a stage 2 restriction, we'd certainly make that recommendation to our agency administrators. So, you know, just a little update on the BLM side. Obviously, the fuels that we're seeing out there are extremely drought stressed. You know, we measure live fuel moisture and dead fuel moisture. Both of those are below average for this time of year. The dead fuels, especially our larger diameter 1,000-hour fuels, are just bone dry with the lack of moisture that we've had. So, and that's a big driving factor in the fire that we have up on the mountain right now. You know, on the BLM side, we also have a significant amount of the pinyon juniper that's dying off because of the drought. So, especially if you travel south, you know, into San Juan County and out towards Cedar Mesa, Montezuma Canyon area, you'll see a lot of that. That even the juniper, which is really resilient when it comes to drought, is suffering, and we're starting to see a lot of mortality and red needles. So that's increased the potential for extreme fire behavior for our fire crews out there. So we're really stressing that to them this year, the importance of evaluating their tactics and strategies and making sure that we're not going to stick someone in a position where they shouldn't be. Resource-wise, on the BLM, we've maintained our 2 Type 3 engines. Here in Moab, we have a Type 6 engine in Monticello, and then we have our helicopter that's on a 90-day contract that's at our fire station out of Ken's Lake. We also have a water tender. We did complete construction on our new fire operations center, which is out there at Ken's Lake, which moved us out of the building we were renting next to Sherry Griffith. We've been at for the last 20 years. We've got all of our fire equipment, including the Forest Service Type 6 engine, out there at Ken's Lake now. So we've kind of consolidated all of our wildland fire resources there for the Moab area, at least, out there at Ken's Lake. So that's been really nice and plenty of activity going on out there right now. We did put in a severity request for some national funding for June, and that was approved. So I have brought in a couple of extra engines. We've also got some various overhead personnel that are assisting us right now, and we have the ability to tap into additional resources if we need. In Moab right now, we've got a lot of fire resources that are up on this fire. If we do get something, while we've got all of these resources on the Pack Creek fire, you know, we'll be able to tap into those resources to help us with any initial attack that's exceeding our capacity here, you know, in Grand and San Juan counties. So it's good to have that resource available, but we do have some additional resources that'll be here through June at least to help us with any fire response. And I imagine we'll put in another severity request for July. With BLM, we have to do it month to month, but I imagine we'll be in severity conditions through the remainder of the summer and look at increasing our firefighting capacity here. I do want to recognize the effort that the Moab Fire Department made on the Pack Creek fire. there were a bunch of us that were there for the initial attack for the first 3 days, and the Moab Fire Department did a fantastic job in there. We were outgunned from the start on that with the wildland engines we had in there and the fire department engines, and getting help from San Juan County, Green River, Thompson, Alsen engines, and it was a valiant effort. There was some really good firefighting that was done in there. TJ and his folks did a fantastic job. So I wanted to recognize that as part of this. So I think that's all I have. Is there any questions?
I have a question, just it's kind of outside this initial or this incident right now. Are you guys looking at fuels removal? I'm catching a lot of people are talking to me about, the removal of dead fuels. And I know quite a bit about that. I mean, I come from a logging background, but the reality is when there's not, and I said that today to somebody, I said, when there's not a mill and there's not, the fact is you're not going to go in and log country, but I would assume you guys are doing some kind of fuels removal on, I know the Division of Wildlife has gone in and masticated some stuff. So just anything you can tell us about that.
Okay. Yeah, we have a really active fuels program, the BLM. I'm sure, the Forest Service will want to talk to this too, but we have a lot of fuels projects. We don't, on the BLM side, we don't use a lot of logging because a good share of our vegetation is pinyon and juniper. It's not, not good for logging really, but we do have a fair number of fuels projects that are ongoing. Our work along the Colorado River, which is, been going on from the days when, Goose Island wasn't a campground, and we removed all the fuel there. And have created all of those spaces. So that's a hazardous fuels and a restoration project that has been going on the Colorado, Dolores, and the San Juan rivers. We've been doing for years, and that's still ongoing. We do that every winter. We're doing work in there, and I'm trying to reduce that fire hazard. In the pinyon juniper ecosystem, we have several projects going on. The majority of them are down in San Juan County, where we have a little more of that PJ. A lot of mastication projects in Devil's Canyon, east of Blanding. We've done projects. We're looking at a couple of new projects that are on the east side of Montezuma Canyon, over in the Cedar Point area and Cactus Park. So we do go out and we're actively looking at areas, working with our resource advisors, and talking to our cooperators and partners to see where we can do these projects to reduce that fire hazard on the landscape. So we do, we've got an active fuels program here. They're permanent full-time employees, and that's an ongoing thing even during fire season. So.
Great, thank you. And Michael, do you want to speak to that if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely. We also have a very active fuels program. We have a fuels AFMO that sits under Rob here on the district. Name's Mark Atwood out of the Monticello office, who has a crew of, I believe, 4 staff this year, engaging in a lot of the things that Clark was saying. A lot of mastication work, definitely a lot of prescribed fire work. A lot of the NEPA surrounding that, the work that we have to do. Our resource specialists are engaged in NEPA to clear these areas, ecologically for the appropriate treatments that are needed out on the landscape. There's also a development at the forest level of an EA for a fuels treatment. So this would be a very large landscape look at the forest from the Manti to the LaSalle on down to the Bajos, of appropriate polygons, treatment areas, fuels conditions out there, and applying a varied set of tools, many of which Clark already spoke to there. And it is, a bit interesting. You asked this question just as I received from one of my employees a map of fuels treatments overlaid with the Pack Creek fire area, because we know we're getting questions about that. And, there are recent fuels treatments that intersect completely and totally with the Pack Creek fire, and in fact, very early on in the Pack Creek growth was growing into fuels treatment areas. So I think it's really it's appropriate that we talk about how to be proactive with the fuels that are out on the landscape. But it's also important for us to realize that these treatments don't stop fire. Fire burns, it goes through the landscape. It will change the behavior in which these fire burn. And in fact, much of the work in the west slope of the La Salles was intended to protect structures and what we call wildland urban interface with high value risks that we have out there, such as people's homes, telephone lines, watersheds, all that kind of stuff. It's intended to intersect with that and give us a so-called fighting chance in those areas and that more defensible space. And whether we're rearranging fuels or removing them through things like logging or a prescribed fire, removing the fuels that way, it's important for folks to know that we do a lot of work. And I'd just like to mention a couple of recent wins in our fuels program. We participated in a WRI, which run through the state. It's a great program. I also shared stewardship with the state. I believe just this spring, we were awarded just down south here, the southern part of the forest, almost $1 million, somewhere around that, for future fuels treatments. And these are things that, in fact, in both cases have NEPA clearance already on them. So these are implemented things that we're working on. Some of the areas are the West Slope WUI, the exact area where our eyes are peeled, staring up the mountain on right now. The last bit of the NEPA and the treatment areas had to do with hand piling and burning within riparian zones and things like that in the West Slope. And also another big one is the Shingle Mill project, which is just outside and above Monticello and highly visible from Monticello on the east side there. And so we've put in a lot of work there, and we did plan, I think, another 800 to 900 acres of mastication in that area. So significant amount of work. Our fuels program is very, very busy. And I think it's important for people to know that we're highly engaged in that, and we're always looking for more land. One of the challenges with utilizing prescribed fire in being proactive in treating fuels is finding the windows anymore in order to take advantage of prescribed fire. And I'm sure Clark and Rob would agree there, those windows are short. Sometimes they seem to be getting shorter or non-existent. And this year, the only prescribed fire we were able to find a window for was pile burning. And that was because that takes place in conditions that it's hard to even imagine that fire is going to spread from that pile burning. But I did hear of a few pile burns, which occur in snow, that had some escapes this year. So it's a difficult time to actually do some very proactive fuels treatments on the landscapes. But I will reassure folks that we have a very active and engaged fuels program. It's very collaborative and cooperative with state agencies, other federal agencies, private partners like the Mule Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Everybody wants to see good things happening out there. And I did have one quick go back from an earlier question, and I want to just make this clear, and I think I made it clear at our cooperator meeting last night. Let's just remember the Pack Creek fire was started by an abandoned campfire, and that's illegal any time of year in any place, whether it's developed or undeveloped. So the personal responsibility of attending to our campfires, paying attention to those, it's dangerous to leave them just lying out there. We have to make sure that they're drowned out completely. And we need to message that to people on a constant basis, because I can tell you, for every one of these fires that we have, and we've had 2 in the last 2 years, there's a lot more fires that my staff finds out there that don't grow outside the ring, that are still plenty warm and have the potential. So just wanted to make that clarification to you all, that we have staff under Rob's direction, under our recreation program's direction, that have found dozens of these abandoned campfires in developed and undeveloped recreation sites over the last 12 months. And we put them out, we drown them out, and it's a regular occurrence. This one just happened to result in the Pack Creek fire, and we're going to remember that for a long time.
Thank you. Rob, did you have something you would like to add? Rob?
Yeah, sorry, I'm struggling with technology. So I guess I would just close with saying that I've been here about a year and a half. One of the things, and Clark touched on it, like our engine sits in his facility. And this is an area that's interagency, and it's implemented incredibly well. So, the Pat Creek fire was on Forest Service land, but Clark and his folks were up and they went out and they did an excellent job those first couple of days. Amazing work in there. I don't want to detract from the structures that were lost, but the number that they saved was impressive. And I think it's, Pat Creek is giving us an indication. I don't think we're going to have every single fire that's going to behave that way. Just to give you an idea, last year on the forest, we had 35 starts. 3 of those got beyond 100 acres. There were maybe 3 that were about 5 acres. And the rest of them, we picked up at 1/10 of an acre or a single tree in that first 24-hour period. So a lot of things are going to be weather dependent this year, but we're tuned into those things. We're ramping up our response, and we're going to do everything that we can do safely to be aggressive and get stuff out early. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions for any of our 3 panelists, the people that were here to present? Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, Mary, but I just have a couple comments.
Yes.
I can't thank you guys enough for all you're doing. This is really emotional to all of us. I left that meeting yesterday, got in the truck and cried all the way to work. It's just a big loss to all of us, but I know you guys are out there working super hard. And the reason I asked the question about fuels mitigation is just, I know you're doing it, but I want the public to know it, right? There's just a lot of people out there making statements that are inappropriate and incorrect. And I want to know that you guys are out there working super hard. And I just, we're here to support you and to help you in any way that we can. And we really appreciate what you're doing.
Ditto.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Yes. And thank you for letting us know your comments about the Moab Valley Fire Department. We will be sure and let them express our thanks. Any other questions?
I have kind of a question about the burned area emergency response team that's come in. And I know that the Forest Service has this team come in to assess damage, especially in the flooding. And I was just wanting to make sure that you guys are coordinating with BLM. That seems important, and that the county wants to be involved in the future endeavors. So I know you guys have started that. I don't know if you want to comment on it or.
Yeah, I can provide some baseline comments because while we haven't finished drafting the delegation of authority to the team, it's likely I'll be leading the team. While there's a team leader, a BEAR team leader, but I'll be the line officer responsible for the team. There are the direction that we're going, of course, is like we do everything else. It's interagency, it's cooperative. So talking to Jason Johnson, trying to get representatives from the state on that team together in the room with us, representatives from multiple federal agencies like the BLM, who's part of this fire as well and been a big help, and also as an agency administrator because it did cross into their land. National Weather Service, bringing in folks from there to do that. A lot of Forest Service folks involved, but also, some folks from DWR are getting some liaison services to people back there. And so certainly very interested in bringing in a broad group of people. And for those that are unfamiliar with BEAR, that's a burned area emergency response. So this is your assessment team that's going out there to assess the damage from the fire and put forth recommendations for mitigative efforts to stabilize, not rehabilitate, but to stabilize the landscape in light of what's occurred due to the fire behavior and what's occurred up on the mountain slope. it's very likely that those treatments will be applied to a very small percentage of the landscape and total acreage, right? We're looking at those areas that, you know, if that slope fails, if it starts to run off, if the next storm comes, we're going to be in trouble. It's going to send it, you know, a bunch of sediment downhill, or perhaps cause flooding or log jams and things like that. So, so this burned area emergency response team, we're in the process of putting that together. As I said, in general, it's going to be very collaborative. We've reached out to other agencies already. In fact, I had just talked to Jason Johnson about it 20 minutes ago. He's sitting in the other room. We're still working on the fire together. Yeah, so we're wanting to work together across agencies and across levels of government, various levels of government, to work together and do that assessment and do it right, and kind of in that collaborative approach.
And I think what Sarah may have been asking is if there is a seat, or even for a commissioner or a member of the county to be an observer in those meetings or something, we might like the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I'll certainly bring that up with our additional agency administrators. We'll talk about it. You know, we're talking about the right size of the team, and of course, Jason Johnson and his group does represent the county through some, you know, delegation and through representation in that. But let's talk for certainly, regardless of whether we put somebody from the county per se onto that bear team. You better bet that I'll be communicating with you about those. The burned area emergency response. You better bet that I'll be communicating with both you and San Juan County, because I know the fire's largely in San Juan County, but you know, it's important to both counties, and it's a very dear area to both counties, and so definitely coordinating across counties on that for sure.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, especially with the flooding potential coming into Grand County. That was my
Absolutely. Fully recognize, you know, the ecological, cultural importance of that part of San Juan County to everyone up here in Grand, for sure.
Thank you, Michael, for all of that.
You're very welcome.
Well, we have 7 minutes. This will give everybody an opportunity. If they need to, you know, do anything quickly, we will reconvene in 7 minutes unless anyone else has anything else to ask. Thank you very much, Clark and Michael and Rod. Very, very informative. Thank you. I'll see you at 4.
really getting a lot of kudos.
If you are back in the meeting, would you turn on your camera so I would know? So I'll know when we have a quorum to start. Okay. Thank you. The time is 4 o'clock. It is Tuesday, June 15th, 2021, and we are opening the meeting for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. Everyone that was present for the workshop is still here. With addition, Sarah Stock joined the workshop about 15-20 minutes into the workshop. So I would first order of business is citizens to be heard. You have a link on your Zoom to join the meeting, or you can call 669-900-6833, *6 to unmute. Do we have anyone in the waiting room? Mallory? That might want to speak.
We do not. There is somebody on with the last 4 digits of their number being 5183. If you are on for public comment, as Mary said, please press *6 to unmute. And otherwise, Mary, that is everyone.
Thank you. We do have next order of business is approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mary, my understanding is we don't have the final minutes from the June, I believe it was the June 1st meeting. Is that correct? So I would make a motion to postpone the approval of those.
We have May 18th.
Yeah, this is Thompson Springs. You're right, Trish. We don't have the minutes for the commission meeting, but for Thompson Springs, there should be some.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My brain just stopped. Sorry about that, man. Thank you.
They're right here. They're right here. Okay, thank you, Trish. Do I have a motion?
I move I move that we approve the minutes.
Motion by Kevin. Do we have a second? Seconded by Evan Clapper. Kevin Walker motion, Evan Clapper seconded. Discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes? Say aye, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Passes. We are now to ratification of payment of bills.
Chair, if I may.
Gabriel?
I would make a motion to approve bills for the Thompson Springs Fire District for June 15th, 2021. Total bills in the amount of $537.04. Total bills in the amount of $533.34. Total bills and payroll combined in the amount of $1,070.38.
Motion by Gabriel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jacques Hadler. Discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor of ratifying the bills? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We do not have a chief's report. He is busy fighting the Pack Creek fire. So we have reached the end of we don't have any new business, old business, or future considerations. So we've reached the end of our agenda. So if I have no exceptions, I will close this meeting and move into the regular meeting of the Grand County Commission. People present are the same people that were mentioned before. This meeting has been called to order at 4:04. Citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard for the regular meeting? Mallory?
Mary, we did have one person join. It looks like Stacy. I'm not sure if you're here for public comment, but if so, feel free to speak.
No, I'm here with Rocky Mountain Power.
And it looks like the phone number 5183 is unmuted. Are you here for a comment?
No, this is Stacy Davis with Rocky Mountain Power. I called in on my phone as well, so it shows up there.
Okay, thank you. Mary, I don't see anybody else who's on right now for public comment.
The June 1st, we are approval of minutes, and June 1st minutes are not ready. Do I have a motion to postpone?
I'll make a motion to postpone the approval of those minutes, Mary, until our next meeting, which I believe is July 6th.
Thank you. Motion by Trish to postpone the minutes. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kevin Walker. Discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We are now to ratification of payment of bills.
I'll
Do
take
I
that
have
again, if I
a-
may.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Grand County bills for June 15th, 2021. Total bills in the amount of $1,096,219.62. Total payroll in the amount of $260,851.26. And total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,357,070.88.
Thank you. Motion by Gabriel. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jacques Hadler. Do we have discussion? All in favor? Say aye or raise your hand or both. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are,
Mary, can I jump in for just 1 second?
yes.
You guys might notice the bills have gone up a little bit. Christy Beckus, our accounts payable clerk, has taken on a few extra responsibilities, fixed assets and whatnot, and she's been super busy. So we've gone to paying bills bi-weekly instead of every Friday. So yeah, you might see them go up a little bit. It's with the way things shift around and whatnot. And so that's the reason there's some changes.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Quinn. Any other questions? All in favor of approving the bills? Ratifying the bills, say aye, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Passes unanimously. We are to commission member disclosures. Do we have any commissioners that need to disclose anything that is on this agenda, about this agenda? Okay, no one has a disclosure. We are to general commission reports and future considerations. Jacques.
Thank you, Mary. On the 8th, I attended an OSTA meeting, and we talked about, they have a few vacancies over there that they're trying to fill. They're working really hard, and I also wanted to say thank you very much to Greg Poor and Angie Book out there, who are handling all the firefighters who are camped out at OSTA and all that. They're working extremely hard, long hours, and they're very understaffed. So thank you very much to the OSTA crew there. On the same day, I also attended a trail mix meeting. On the 10th, I attended a UAC breakfast with a few other commissioners and Utah Association of Counties. And I also attended a motorized trails committee meeting on that same day.
A busy day.
It's a busy day.
Thank you. Trish Hadeen? You're muted.
Thanks, Mary. Let me just, so, most of the meetings I attended, other people attended. So I'm going to kind of leave those out as far as, for example, the UAC meeting or the Pack Creek Fire meeting that we went to yesterday, but I'll just mention a couple others. Just so you know, the Thompson Spring cleanup actually just wrapped up about an hour ago. And I think it went really well. I was only there on Thursday, but we had a really steady stream. On Thursday, we filled up 3 30-yard containers, and that's also using a backhoe to push that waste down. And then, Gabe might even be able to speak a little bit to that. Gabe spent a day out there. Tara spent a day out there, which is really cool, and I really appreciate it. And so I think we did a lot. My guess is probably 3 to 4 dumpsters went per day. Evan with solid waste has been just amazing. And I just think it was a really great effort from our county for that community, but it was also just a really cool way for community members to come together, was my overall assessment. As far as I was at a planning commission meeting last night, John Gunther's going to talk to some of what we went over. We really kind of just concentrated on the next steps as far as the general plan, and John's really going to speak to that. And then the last, I went to the our local homeless coordinating committee, and currently we have 27 homeless, 2 of which are children. To date this year, we have had 131 homeless noted or in transitional housing, 27 of them being children. I think that committee is so amazing, and Mary knows this in the sense that all of these different entities and agencies are coming together to pool their resources and do what we can for that community. So that's it, Mary.
Thank you very much. Kevin Walker.
So I think like Trish, and most of the meetings I attended were attended by other commissioners. So I thought instead I would focus on some future considerations. One of them is our Dark Night Skies ordinance. As you all know, about roughly 2.5 years ago, we passed an ordinance that said that all lighting, including existing lighting, needs to be updated to protect dark night skies. And so the deadline for compliance was 5 years from then. In other words, 2.5 years from now. And I do think that the county and the city should both be thinking of ways that we can, we don't want to wait till a month before the deadline and then have everybody panic or not comply or whatever. So I think we need to start identifying lighting needs to be changed. We need to think about incentive programs to get people to do it early. And then more specifically, I think we need to set a good example to the rest of the community and get all county lighting in compliance. Anyway, so hopefully that's something that we can make more concrete progress on in the future. The other idea I wanted to mention is, we're all thinking about the fire, and that a big part of that is this visitor user behavior. Don't leave your campfires unattended. Don't start them where you're not supposed to start them. And that's largely advertising. And we actually have a very large advertising budget. And this type of messaging to visitors would fit into it very well. So I would be, unless someone objects, I think we should look at ways that the county can use the TRT promotion budget to, we're already using it to tell people to stay on the trail and don't make too much noise in neighborhoods, that kind of thing. And I think fire safety would fit very naturally in there. There's, the Forest Service and other agencies are also putting things out like that, but we have a lot more flexibility in how quickly we can spend money, and it can go directly to this community. So those are my 2 future considerations.
Thank you, Kevin. Evan.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet with UDOT and some members from the city regarding the transit that was brought up at our last commission meeting, the transit program with buses and kind of local hoppers. I think the big takeaway from that is they weren't looking for a strong commitment to one individual plan as much as just kind of being on board with the process. I think everybody kind of identified that the first step would to be get something up and running, and that hopefully would evolve and grow into something that would be more impactful and useful. UDOT seems to be looking for some sort of just kind of resolution or acknowledgement from this body that we're committed to seeing that through for 5 years. I think that there is funds available for that. and whether we do that as a joint resolution between the city and the county, or it might be just as effective to do that parallel. But it was nice to see that we weren't committing to a particular model as much as just an idea, and moving that forward to get to a point where there's a model that we would all like. My big takeaway from the UAC meeting, they were in town on other business and reached out to us about getting together, and there has been some staffing changes at UDOT, and so it was a lot of kind of meet and greet, but it was kind of big picture, how can UAC help our little special county down here that doesn't necessarily fall in with all the other Utah counties. And I think that their messaging was on point. I think that it was nice to hear what they had to say, and hopefully on both sides, both UAC and us can take actions to kind of make those suggestions a reality. I also met with the Sand Flats Stewardship Committee. We had a long discussion. There's a travel plan change requests to the BLM regarding Hell's Revenge Trail that came up before this body months and months ago, and that's currently under review. And there were some potential tweaks to that. So there was a lot of discussion around should another alternate route be added, and it was actually an alternate to an alternate. So it was starting to kind of seem like a lot, and I think that the board decided not to make that request to the BLM at this point. But just a lot of updates on what's going on up there, potential impacts from the Lions back development, as well as paving options and future trail options up there. So, but we looked at the visitation reports, and just like everywhere else, it's no surprise that visitation is up compared to 2019, and levels are high, and they're feeling the crux of dealing with more visitors and improving the situation at the gate so that the line doesn't get backed up as much. Let me scroll through my notes here. I met with the Cemetery District Board. Things are going well there. They had a very successful Memorial Day. There was a lot of visitation during Memorial Day. Flags were out, and it was done in a very kind of respectful manner. It's probably the highest day of visitation, weekend of visitation to the cemeteries in the county. And so that went well, and received a lot of compliments around that. So kudos to the crews out there working to keep the cemeteries nice. And just a heads up for everyone, the district is making strong water conservation efforts. They've done a real good job. Over the last few years, they've moved to water saving sprinkler heads, experimenting with some other grass seed mixes that are more drought tolerant. But just as a heads up, that might mean that in this extreme drought that we're experiencing, there may be some brown grass in some of the cemeteries. And that's just kind of the nature of living in the desert and having cemeteries on an old gravel bar on a slope. And so if any concerned citizens come to you, you can blame me and tell them that I said to save water and grow grass tolerant or drought tolerant grasses. But overall, the cemetery is doing great, and those are just some of the challenges that we deal with in the drought. I believe that is all I have to report today.
Thank you, Evan. Gabriel?
Yeah, first I wanted to just thank the commissioners that were able to go to that UAC breakfast. I know I sit on that board in particular. but I think it's good that other commissioners are, plugging into that resource and being a part of sort of figuring out how we can use that. And really appreciate that. I was watching a few 4-year-olds that morning that I was able to take to the new groundbreaking for the Four Corners Behavioral Health Facility on Nob Hill. It was a really nice little short event. I spoke briefly after Mayor Emily. It's a really nice story with regards to that property in terms of the owner, having the rights to develop it in other ways and profit in other ways from that development or from that parcel of land, but choosing instead to offer it to Four Corners for that purpose. So there's a lot of really good spirit behind it, and it's very exciting to hear more about the details of that facility and services that will be available to residents. Just a couple meetings that other folks went to as well. The Pat Creek Fire stakeholder meeting yesterday. As Trish mentioned, I was in Thompson on Saturday, had a lot of fun, and just really thankful to Trish for putting that together and just everyone that was involved. It was a really real team effort. I thought it was, very positive, and it was a pleasure and a real breath of fresh air to get some direct service in as a commissioner. So it's looking forward to the next opportunity to do that sort of thing. And I think we filled up 2 of those 30-yard bins on Saturday and a full metal one. And there was, just being there for 6 hours, you get a lot of the chatter and the gossip about, what trash might be out there. Because I didn't actually, I had done a tour about a month ago. But folks really keep tabs on where the piles are, and there were some good breakthroughs, it sounded like, in terms of folks showing up with some material that maybe wasn't expected. So that was good. And I've been working on fireworks, messaging with regards to fireworks, trying to just build a little bit more robust messaging, and just starting to get some print media going. Hoping to interview some volunteer firefighters from Moab Fire to get some sort of audio statements that I can make into sort of a type of a powerful radio spot that might really bring some awareness to the folks that make sacrifices to keep the community safe here all summer, every summer, and just really trying to pile on as much as we can in terms of the messaging. I think that was one thing that was stressed at the stakeholder meeting yesterday, where a lot of the folks that we just heard talk were really, asking from us was to sort of use our ability to connect with our community and contribute to messaging, because everyone, all hands on deck approach there is going to be our best avenue. Let's see. Yeah, it was. Kevin, I'm glad you mentioned the dark sky thing. I was a couple weekends ago. I was renting the kitchen at the Youth Garden Project, and I was there late at night. And I don't mean to mention this in a public meeting as an act of aggression, but I noticed that the high school has a new video board, which is lovely and looks very effective for what it's trying to do. But I also noticed that, like, even when I was several hundred yards away, it seemed to be lighting up the entire neighborhood. And I wonder even how something like that, applies to the ordinance. It definitely made me think of that. So I'm glad you mentioned that item. I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabriel. Sarah?
I attended the Pat Creek Fire Cooperators meeting yesterday as well. And I was really struck by a few things I just want to share with the public, I guess, if they're listening. The relative humidity on the mountain is 2 to 4% during the day and only jumping up to 10% at night. And that's like unheard of. It's so low, and the fuels are just so dry. Temperatures are 10 to 15 degrees higher than normal at this time of year. And so I guess I just want to say that this fire was started by an abandoned campfire. but the reason that it's burning as it is because of climate change and this ongoing drought. And this is what is predicted to happen in this region. And I'm really looking forward to what happens with the burned area emergency response team and doing some watershed rehabilitation after the fire. But I think even down in Pack Creek and with our watershed, we need to have this ongoing, consistent look at the fact that we're getting drier, we're getting hotter, and our forests are going to burn more often than we probably like. So I don't know. I was also really impressed by their organization, and they've got things pretty well under control considering everything that's going on. But they did say that this fire is here to stay until a rainstorm event, and so we don't know how long that will be, and there's none on the horizon. That's really my only update.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. I attended the airport board meeting. It was the third busiest month in the history of the airport, and they've only had to have one flight sent back to land in Grand Junction because of wind, and one flight was canceled due to weather in Denver. And then on May 5th, we started flying to Salt Lake City, which I know it was something our local citizens really wanted. The historical property treatment plan is moving forward. They're looking seriously into looking at the cost of installing solar panels on various buildings out at the airport or perhaps on the ground to see if they could generate enough energy that their electric bill would just disappear, and they'd pay off the solar panels fairly quickly. June's commercial flights are 9 a.m. From Denver to Denver, except on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then they'll be flying to Salt Lake City, departing at 1:15. So that's exciting that we're having flights to Salt Lake City, and that people are participating, and the enplanements have gone up 546 passengers since, and this is comparing it to not last year, but 2019. So that's a significant increase. Everything's increasing out there. Money's coming in from the fuel too. The private planes that are coming in and buying fuel has increased tremendously. They are looking at having more car rentals. One of the major issues is that car rental places like to have a place to wash and keep their cars looking clean and ready for their customers, and that's something that would be difficult to accomplish out at the airport. I also went up to the Travel Council meeting. TRT has increased by 25%. The Welcome Center on I-70 will be closing. That was a spare. We help staff them, but they are run by the state, and that was a state decision. Sherry Major sold her campground, so she will no longer be part of the board. There are some funding requests that we will be talking about at a later date, so I won't go into those. Jason Taylor, who is a business owner in town, said that it was the river business this year, so far, just in June, was half of all the river business he had last year, which is amazing. I found it absolutely amazing, especially with the low water. And that all of the other businesses are up, his car rental and Jeep rentals are up as well. The TRT is quarter over 1 million, and 1 million having a record year. I'm going to skip some of this stuff so we can go on. Businesses are still struggling a lot with workforce shortages. It's a big issue. They can't fill their so some restaurants and such are needing to close a day or two a week because they can't staff it, which is a problem. I met with the UAC for breakfast as well. It was I think they're really willing and looking at ways to be more helpful to Grand County. So that was positive. And I met with Kate Hammond, the Deputy Regional Director of the Intermountain Regional National Parks, and we discussed various solutions to the overcrowding in Arches and how that overcrowding is affecting other parks such as Canyonlands, Island in the Sky area, and Dead Horse Point. And it was a very productive and good meeting. I would like, can't remember, I had a future consideration that came up. Oh, they do have the planning meetings every night at 6 o'clock at OSTA. And I think maybe we can do this over email or such, but I think if we had kind of rotated and went to those meetings, they're informative, and then we could get out the word to the rest of the commissioners. You find out more in those meetings than you do in the updates you get. Plus, I think it would be a good show of support from the commission. So, with 7 commissioners, we should be able to rotate around and at least have someone show up at the planning meetings 2, 3, 4 times a week. So I will send out an email and we can kind of figure out how we want to do that and who can participate. I know some people are planning vacations soon, and that is totally a great thing to do, and we want you to do that. But I think the people that are here, it would be nice if we could show our support and appreciation. So that's what my report. Thank you. Christina? Christina here? Maybe she had to leave for a minute. Quinn Hall, Clerk Auditor. Do you have anything to report?
Not so much. We've been cleaning up and finishing out the audit process from the external audit that took place a month ago. We're about to wrap that up. Other than that, it's business as usual. So.
Thank you. I do not see any other elected officials in the meeting, so we will move to our commission administrators update. Chris Baird and Mallory.
Thank you, Mary. First off, just let you know that we did get our code enforcement officer, Josh Green, up and running. He's doing a great job. So in reference to the dark skies ordinance, if any commissioners would like to get involved in just maybe providing a little direction and brainstorming some ideas with him about how to implement that ordinance and do some enforcement as Kevin suggested, let me know. It does only apply to the unincorporated areas in the county, so wouldn't include anything in the city. But just the same, if, like Kevin suggested, if we wait until just before the 5 years is up, it'd be pretty impossible to enforce. And then also, doing an inventory of Grand County's facilities and whatnot, it's an important thing to do as well. So just let me know. And Josh has been doing a great job putting together a lot of protocol and policy for other elements of code enforcement. So I'm sure he'll probably be ready to tackle some dark sky stuff pretty soon. Also, with regard to the fire response, as you're all probably aware, Old Spanish Trail Arena is the base really for all of the incident management crew. We also have local firefighters involved, and highly appreciative of all these folks. But also just wanted to specifically call out our Old Spanish Trail Arena staff. Since this fire started, they've been pretty much showing up to work before 6, leaving 10, 11 at night, so working big overtime. I have been working with the Forest Service on a use agreement for the arena. It's looking like we're probably going to end up sacrificing one of the back baseball fields as it's too difficult really to try to rotate everybody's tents around and keep the grass watered. So what that's likely going to mean is the grass is going to die in one of those fields. It's not really very easy to get grass to grow out there, but I think logistically speaking, it's the only option we probably really have. We're planning on at least 2 weeks for this, for significant folks to be out there, but it could be much longer than that. Again, it all depends on conditions. There's a little bit of a storm coming in, maybe Thursday through Saturday, but it's just going to probably be more of a thunderstorm wind event than anything, unfortunately. But the crews have done a really great job, especially on the Pat Creek side of the fire. It's getting, considerably better contained on that side, and it's looking better today. I calculated it only added about 192 acres to the fire today. So it's looking good at this point, but again, conditions really dictate a lot of this stuff as well. And so we're not sure how long they'll be out at OSTA, but I am working on an agreement. We're going to waive, of course, all the typical fees for the usage of the arena, but I am working on an agreement for the use of that facility for as long as they're going to need it. And there's been some rumors going around that we're forcing people to sleep where they don't want to sleep or on the asphalt or whatever, and none of that's true. We've been working to rotate the fire crews around the fields to keep some of the grass alive. But like I say, it's probably going to end up just designating one of the fields for that purpose and then reseed it once they're gone. Another issue that's kind of been cropping up, and we'll see a little bit of this on the agenda today, but we're starting to see problems with salaries that aren't competitive with the regional marketplace. And so I've asked our HR director to initiate a countywide salary survey again. We went through this 2017, 2018, and had to make quite a few adjustments. As you've probably seen, a lot of hotels and whatnot are offering entry level at around $21 an hour. And our entry level is about $15.86 an hour. And so there's quite a few of those lower end positions that we can't recruit for. We're losing employees and not likely to pick any up at the current grade and step that's being offered. And so we're gonna have to take a look at that. And it may, be a significant blow to the budget in the end, but it's really essential for the efficient and effective operation of the county that we're able to retain and recruit employees. So working on that. I'm also working on a pretty significant mid-level budget amendment that I'll hopefully get done within the next few weeks and have on an agenda. This to mostly take into account changes to TRT law, revised revenue projections for sales and use tax, and also to bring in some grant money associated with the Airport CARES Act and some other ARPA funding that may be coming our way. So that's all I have for now, Mallory.
Okay, I have a few quick things. We did hear back from the State Indigent Defense Commission, and they approved all of our grant asks that were tier 2. They actually didn't approve any statewide that were tier 3 because they had so many asks. But what that equates to for us is about $85,000 in funding for 1 year, and hopefully continued as needed for future years. And with that funding, we'll be able to create the managing PD position and office. So ideally, our current primary public defender, if willing, would become our managing PD and oversee their contracts, their budget, really just functions to allow them to be an independent entity and not operate tied through our office or the county attorney's office, which is really an essential function for them. The other piece of that money will allow us to hire for what I propose to be a part-time public defender. And the reason for that is because the managing PD obviously should not be taking on these added duties and the same caseload. So this individual would take on half of those cases, approximately. And something I talked to the state folks about was making our first priority putting out an RFP for that part-time public defender. Because unfortunately, I think if we aren't able to hire someone for that, then there's really no point in us moving forward with the grant at this time. So if you know anybody, please let them know, and hopefully in the next week or so, we'll have that RFP out. I do think, especially with COVID and changes in how we all live day to day, that it's very likely that position could reside somewhere else. You know, it might be tricky. It might mean some trips to Grand County. You definitely want to be able to see your clients in person, but it's my understanding that now, you know, we're used to them being able to do that through the jail. So that is a potential. Let's see, I've started a red line for the policies and procedures of the governing body. I know, let's see, Kevin, Mary, Christina, and Chris, you all have been a part of that. So hopefully you'll be seeing that update in one of the next few meetings. I'm not sure how long it will take, but it is coming. And then the other thing that I've really been wanting to work on for a while and have touched on as time permits is updating some of the things that we do, especially annual things, with the focus of efficiency. There's a lot of things that folks could be doing that have to come through us, and I'm just hoping to take things such as, let's see, our consolidated fee schedule and make that a living document through Google Docs with permissions so that people can update on their own as they need. Likewise with the CIB project list, they're really simple things, but when everybody has to go through us to update a document over and over, it creates error, and it also creates a lot of unnecessary work, whereas folks could just have the ability to go in and update their own sections, and then it frees up our office to be able to work on some of the things like you know, these policies and procedures. So I guess I would just wrap up with an ask that as we're moving along at any time, if you all see things or think of things that we could do to increase that efficiency, I would love to know. I'm happy to take on any education, technical assistance with staff, but I think we're moving in a good direction, and you know, I'm trying to do away with things like paper and excessive printing. So that's all that I have.
Thank you, Mallory. Thank you, Chris, for your hard work.
Mary, I had one question
Yes.
for Mallory. Would you be able to, what's the latest on the county face covering policy? Kind of where do we stand on that?
So that is actually on the agenda tonight. And what we did was we looked at something the city actually recently did, and they spent a lot of time. It sounds like their assistant city manager and city attorney went through the CDC guidelines and updated their policy to align with what they have asked for, or the guidelines they've given, which is if you're fully vaccinated, you don't need to wear a face covering. So that is something we'll get to dive into on agenda item L.
L.
Yep. Thanks. Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, we are to department reports. Sean? We're having on report on facilities department. Sean Fugit. Hi, Sean.
Hi, folks. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm the facility supervisor for the county. I run the maintenance department. I just wanted to run a brief overview on what the maintenance department does for the county. And then maybe some pictures. I think I can make this work. I'm not sure by sharing my content. I'm not sure. Anyway, bear with me. Okay, well, I guess not.
Are you trying to share your screen, Sean?
Yeah, but I'm working off a tablet.
Oh.
So,
Do you have your screen open already that you want to share?
it was, yes.
So normally if you open it up and then hit share screen, you'll have the option of all the tabs that you have open. And then just
Okay.
double click the one that you want to share.
Is that coming up?
Not seeing it.
Oh, okay.
You have to go into the little green button at the bottom that says share screen.
Gotcha.
You see that? On the Zoom.
I should practice with this. Sorry, guys.
Well, if you've maybe
All right.
maybe if you've got something you could email me and I can put it up.
Yeah, maybe.
And you can just start. With
All right. Sorry.
If you can find something to email it to me.
All right. I don't know if that worked, but whatever. I don't necessarily need pictures, I guess.
Okay.
So, all right. So just a brief overview. The Grand County Maintenance Department is directly responsible for cleaning and maintaining the buildings and grounds for half a dozen county buildings, including the courthouse, sheriff's office, tribal council, Star Hall, and the UOC, to name a few. There are a few others that we do the maintenance for, but we do not clean. These are the jail and information center. We also maintain 13 miles of the paved path north of town, which includes the stretch going up the River Road to Grand Staff Trailhead and the Lions Park Trail Hub. This maintenance consists of mowing both sides of the paved path and a couple times a year. And sweeping bad areas before big events that use the path. Collecting garbage from the sides of the path that blow in from the highway. Any dirt runoff that's caused by heavy rain or downpours of rain causes some, the path likes to flood a lot. So it becomes kind of an issue. In 2020, we ended up furloughing half the maintenance department, which made it difficult to, half the year in hopes to save the county money and try and keep employees safe and COVID-free. This, however, made it difficult to complete the day-to-day cleaning and maintenance tasks, plus any small projects or repairs that had occurred. COVID-19 mitigation cleaning. Before the furloughs, I was having my guys go around and clean every 2 hours, wiping down surfaces that the public would touch, any employees would touch on a common basis. And that was happening every 2 hours. That got pretty difficult to get anything done. After the furloughs and the shutdown, we went down to every 4 hours, wiping surfaces down. And a few of the departments decided to take it on themselves as well, which helped out quite a bit. It was kind of interesting, the courthouse being a ghost town during a weird work week. It's really weird. But anyway. Small COVID-19 mitigation projects. I think most of these projects were paid for by CARES Act money. Is that right, Chris? Yeah, that one right there where you're.
Some of it, to the degree possible, yeah.
Yeah. These are, one of them was the Treasurer's Office window remodel. Costing the county $3,800, well, in CARES Act. This window, I look at it now and I feel like it should have been there in the first place. And it turned out nice. I like the way it turned out. And the Treasurer's Office, they took to using it right away. I think Debbie really enjoyed having it there. So I think it made her feel a little bit safer in there. So the next one was the Treasurer's Office service window install, $7,527. This was a fun project. This ended up ultimately involved 3 separate contractors and plus my crew for demo. I really liked the way this turned out. And now we have a ballot drop off to the left there. So we can use that ballot box that we bought last year somewhere else. If you can see that little slot on the side there. Next up, capital improvements that got completed. This is the museum roof. This one had been it'd been patched and band-aid over the years, and it was honestly finally time for a redo. And this one turned out like this was a fun project too, honestly. I think the county ended up paying $50,000 for this. And I think the museum pitched in like 10% on top of that. I'm not quite sure what the details were on that. I couldn't find the information. Let's see, what do I have next? Oh, okay. Yeah, highlights from 2019. Due to COVID, I really didn't get to do a report last year. So I thought I'd just kind of throw this in here just to show you guys. This is the museum. No, this is the library roof. This ended up failing due to the pad that was placed around the solar panels. That rubbed into the membrane and caused a bunch of little holes that you can see on the left there. So that involved removing the solar panels first to fix that area. This ended up being an emergency purchase, and we replaced 30% of the library roof. I think that cost, it ended up being $19,000 for that repair. Next up, I think, was the sheriff's office emergency purchase. The HVAC system had gone down. It started having problems early spring, and it just pretty much quit working in the summer. And it was 20 years old, and it was on its last leg, honestly. Like I said, this ended up being an emergency purchase. And this is all in 2019, by the way. I think that was $30,000 for that. But now, yeah, now they have a nice new system in there and should be nice and comfortable. Next up, a project I'm actually fairly proud of, the Moab Information Center re-roof. This was budgeted in 2018 and was completed late 2019. I think that was the first time that building had a new roof on it and been patched prior to this. But it was good time for a new roof, honestly. So, and then I think that one that ended up being like $80,000. Not sure, but wait, hold on. No, I didn't write it down. Dang it. And then pretty much brings me to the end of my stuff. Every year for the last 4 years, we've been putting lights on the Grand Center, or the Information Center, sorry. We just do this every year. The Travel Council paid for the lights, and we just go put them up. It's kind of a fun little project. So, and I think that's it. That's all I have. If you guys have questions, let me know.
It's really nice to hear someone who enjoys their job. I don't know if anybody kept track of how many times you said, I like this project. This was a lot, and thank you. That shows your dedication and your commitment, and that you like your job, and somebody that likes their job does a better job. So that was nice to hear. That was my favorite part.
And I enjoy it. It's just when you start these big projects, you're like, oh, did I get everything right? Am I going to screw anything up? Am I going to waste a ton of county money? That's a huge stress. Like, that $19,000 for the emergency purchase on the library, that was the most money I've ever spent on something. So it was nerve-wracking. I didn't know what to do, since that was my first real year on the job. So
yeah. Well, thank you for being concerned about the money. That's important. Do we have any other commissioners have any comments or questions?
Thank you. Looking forward to the next presentation.
Yeah, thanks.
next year instead of in 2 years.
So
So
what?
thank
Yeah,
you.
I
Next
was
year
going
is
to ask you about next year's projects, but I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm sure there's a long list to come that we'll see in a few weeks or months.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Sean and I have actually been revising a lot of the cost estimates for capital maintenance, and they're quite a bit more substantial than we originally thought. So I think some of this is going to be a part of our upcoming budget amendment. We've got the Grand Center roof, and I think we're, depending on how we want to do that, we're looking at 200,000 to 300,000 for a re-roof. Pretty significant. We've also got a variety of HVAC upgrade, replacement, and some other courthouse utility needs. So, you know, as you heard, a couple of these purchases last year were emergency purchases, and
Yeah.
some of these.
you're cutting out a little bit, Chris.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
When some of these things go down unexpectedly, it could shut a whole building down, and everybody home, as it did with the library. And so, ideally, we'll get on top of this, and we'll put together a capital maintenance list. It's going to be fairly expensive, but it's necessary. And so, I'm planning on involving some of that in the upcoming budget amendment. Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Guys-
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your time. I do not see Autumn Fitzgerald on the meeting. Are you here, Autumn? Well, I guess we will get a hold of her and see if she can do an agency report next meeting, first meeting in July. We do not have any presentations, so we are to general business action items. We are on approving Grand County's participation in Rocky Mountain Power Blue Sky subscriber solar program. I want to start out by saying it's been a real pleasure working with Debbie and Stacy. They have been very receptive, quick to call, seem very excited to help us move forward. Sarah did take the lead in making sure that getting the things organized, so I am going to turn this presentation over to Stacy, Deb, and Sarah. So whoever wants to go first, start the presentation out.
Why don't you go, Stacy? I think that would make the most sense. I guess I could introduce it briefly and say that we're going to be talking about Grand County meters, not all meters in Grand County, just what we officially pay the bills on. And I think that this program will feed into our other work with the Community Renewable Energy Program as that develops over the course of many years, but it's separate. So this is we're going to talk about subscriber solar today, and Stacy will introduce it.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
I'm going to share my screen and let me know if you can see it.
Yes.
Can you guys see the screen? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to kind of do a high level of what Blue Sky and Subscriber Solar is if you're not familiar with the programs. But Blue Sky is a program that's been around for 20 years. We started it in 2000, and it's a renewable energy program where we purchase and retire RECs on behalf of Rocky Mountain Power customers. So it's an independent program all on its own. It's actually not, there's no profits that go to Rocky Mountain Power. It's all customer funded. The customers get the benefits of the program. So we have over 60,000 customers in Rocky Mountain Power, and you can purchase blocks each month, and then we in turn match that with renewable energy credits in the amount of blocks that are purchased. So I just put a little fact on here right now that in Grand County, there's 16% of customers participate in the renewable energy programs, and 7% of the usage is green, and that's for the community itself, for all the customers. And then our subscriber solar program's a little bit different, where we actually have a solar farm down in Millard County where we have a PPA with them, and our subscriber solar customers purchase that energy that's produced at the solar farm. So we have a special rate for that, and it's a different price per kilowatt hour depending on the rate schedule that you're on. But you can subscribe for up to 20 years, and the generation portion of that rate is locked in through the time of the PPA, so for 20 years. And we have two different options in that program, where you can either purchase blocks of 200 kilowatt hours, or you can have full coverage, so that all of the electricity you use is from that solar facility. Well, it's covered by that facility. And there is a unique opportunity right now that we have quite a few blocks available. This solar facility started in 2017, and we've been completely sold out for, what was that, 3 years, where we've had a waiting list. And we had a large customer that had to go on a different rate schedule, and subscriber solar was not beneficial. So it opened up about 800 blocks of subscriber solar. So I think this is just a great opportunity for Grand County. And we were thinking, you know, if we could partner with Grand County, we could do some sort of notification to the communities that we have these blocks available, like an exclusive opportunity, because we have so many blocks. So this is just the proposal that I showed Sarah and Mary. Currently, Grand County has 35 electric meters. And yes, Sarah, we talked about how we have the cemetery one separate and the solid waste department separate. So I think we've narrowed it down to all the right meters. And currently you subscribe to 3 blocks of Blue Sky each month. So Grand County meters are currently 0.5% renewable, and it costs about $70 annually for that. So I did a review of all 35 meters and compared 100% renewable with Blue Sky or 100% renewable with subscriber solar, and found that you had 8 meters that were a perfect fit for subscriber solar, where you actually could save some money on those meters, because the rate in the summertime is lower than the wintertime on subscriber solar. So if we added those 8 meters to full coverage, it would make all of your meters almost 5% renewable and save $125 annually. And that's even with the Blue Sky 3 blocks. And then we just looked at how we could have all those county meters 100% and 50% renewable. So you can see the 2 different options here. We would keep only the meters that have the benefit of subscriber solar savings on that rate, but we would look at increasing your Blue Sky blocks. And we do have a bulk program where the more blocks you purchase, the less it is per block. And so this is just showing that if you were to purchase 292 blocks per month, it would cost $37.56 annually, about $313 a month, which is less than a penny per kilowatt hour to be 50% renewable. And then if you want to be 100% renewable, we just up you to 614 blocks, $538 a month, still less than a penny per kilowatt hour. But that would make all 35 of your meters be 100% renewable. So, Deb, do you want to add anything to that?
I know when I first heard all of this, it was quite a bit. Do we have any questions from the commission on what you've just heard?
I have one. So on the bottom 2 green boxes, those costs, is that cost above our current electric bill?
Yes, that's in addition to your current bill.
Okay,
and this is
thank you.
based on 2020 usage.
But just to clarify, the subscriber solar, we'd actually be saving $125. And then the Blue Sky program, it would cost whatever we decide.
Correct. Yeah, because subscriber solar is a rate. So depending on what the usage is at the meter, sometimes it's less than our current rate and sometimes it's more. But Blue Sky is always an additional amount for the renewable energy blocks.
When you belong to Blue Skies, it does open up, the more you belong to grant funding. Doesn't it open us up to more possibilities of grant funding for more renewables?
Yeah, I'm going to flip to this screen. Blue Sky, not only do we buy renewable energy credits to for and retirement on behalf of our customers, but we also do education and we do Blue Sky grants. And we've done, oh shoot, I should have looked this up, like 20 some odd grants down in Grand County. In fact, we just did community rebuilds. We did their check presentation in September last year, and we've done quite a few places in Moab. So we take a portion of the money that we collect from Blue Sky customers and we give out grants for renewable arrays. Well, I mean, most of them are solar, but we do wind and we do any sorts of renewable.
Can these grants, say for instance, I know the airport is looking into very closely into doing some solar out there. Can public entities apply for grants, or are these grants just for private?
No, they're open for all. Nonprofit organizations would only need to subscribe to 5 blocks a month to be eligible. For-profit organizations do have to become a visionary partner with us, which so they would have to purchase more Blue Sky blocks, but they are eligible for the grants.
Any other questions? Anybody else have questions?
Is there an advantage to the other districts joining in at the same time, or is that you mentioned the cemetery? Is there a timeline on that?
Yes, I sent the cemetery a proposal showing what their subscribers, how subscriber solar would help them out. It would reduce their bill. They have, I believe that they have 2 meters. Oh, I just did this today, 2 or 3 meters, and all of them would be savings. So there's not an advantage to do it at the same time. However, the blocks that we have available, once they're gone, they'd have to go on a waiting list. So right now is like a great time where we have these blocks available.
Great.
So this is the subscriber. So we're really looking at 2 different programs, whether we want to, and we can participate in one or both or one or the other, correct?
Yeah, you have to, the way I look at them is Subscriber Solar is a local farm in Utah. We know that's the power come from them. Blue Sky is, it's only RECs from the West. So we are supporting renewable energy projects within our state's territory, but it's not a specific one. So we go out and try to procure, holy cow, try to get the RECs for the least amount of price so that we have more money for Blue Sky grants. So they're both, I guess I should say they're both, Blue Sky you can get at any time. There's no commitment to be a Blue Sky bulk customer. You can do it for 1 month and decide you don't want to. Subscriber Solar, we only have the availability of what that farm produces. So when we have blocks available, that's the only time you can get on Subscriber Solar.
Thank you.
I'm a proponent of both programs here. I think the Subscriber Solar is that we should just pass tonight and join. But I'd be curious about joining Blue Skies also. But perhaps that conversation should happen as we're doing budgeting. I know it would be an increase in the budget. But the reason why I think it works well with our other plan with the community renewable energy program is because that program will take a few years to get off the ground and to actually produce something, some project that results in clean energy. And Blue Sky, signing up for Blue Sky for the county would let us have net renewable energy right now. And yeah, it would also encourage the growth of the renewable energy, which I think is important.
I agree with you, Sarah. I think it would be really, it's going to be a savings to tonight approve being part of the subscriber, and then look closely into the Blue Skies to discuss and look at more closely during our budget workshops this fall. That's my thoughts. Any other commissioners have thoughts on this? Stacy, do you want to stop sharing your screen so it's easier for me to see everyone? Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Chris, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I would say that we could probably pretty easily work in Blue Sky subscription into our mid-year budget amendment if you wanted to. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we have to wait till next year.
What do you? Well, we could look at it this year, and I think that'd be great. The sooner we were leading by example, I like that idea. But I'm wondering if we're ready to make like a motion tonight on that. I think maybe that's something we might want.
Not tonight, because we didn't put that into the.
We didn't put it in, but I think it's something worth.
I'm just saying we don't. If that's a direction you want to go, we can probably work that into the budget sooner than 2022. So yeah, I mean, it's maybe going a little off tangent, but as Sarah kind of discussed earlier with the fire, a lot of the reason this fire is occurring is due to climate change, and it gets to the point where fires like this are inevitable with the extreme protracted drought. It's not really so much a matter of somebody being careless, which can start a fire, but the severity of the fire and the extent is clearly the result of climate change and protracted drought. And so when you're talking about these kinds of things, the mitigation are renewable energy, less carbon intense ways of getting it. That's just my thoughts on it.
I'm with you. I want to lead by example.
Well,
so,
Madam Chair,
yes.
With tonight's agenda, I would move to approve Grand County's participation in the Rocky Mountain Power Blue Sky Subscriber Solar Program for 8 power meters at various county-owned facilities for an annual cost savings of roughly $156.
Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Kevin Walker. Any further discussion? Did you get that, Gwen? Did you get that, or did that get garlic-gooped?
No, I got it. Motion by Evan, seconded by Kevin.
Okay, thank you. It was. Any more discussion?
Just to raise one point, we have to make an agreement with the mosquito abatement district about signing that shared meter up. But I figured that if Grand County authorizes it, then we can move forward with getting the mosquito abatement district to authorize it and then move forth.
Does the district own that building, or do we?
So we own it and just split the utilities. So I don't know that it really, I mean, maybe we need an agreement or just some, motion from the board with regard to that. But, even if we, in this case, it's not going to be really any significant cost, if any, the
Yeah.
motion in hand, and may actually amount to a saving. But as we move into the future, if we buy more blocks, then probably should discuss with the mosquito abatement board, but it doesn't necessarily preclude us from including that meter as well. Maybe we're
Right.
just picking up the renewable cost ourselves. I don't know. We can work it out. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I would say as a landlord, it's kind of our decision on utility enrollment and stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, they're already getting a killer deal. They're only paying like, I think, $1,400 a year rent.
yeah, well,
I've
Thank
also talked to the director and she's supportive of this, but we didn't know what formal steps needed to be taken. So I'll ask the board and maybe I'll get a letter just to solidify it.
great.
If it's any help, the 2 mosquito abatement buildings would be the full subscriber program, so they wouldn't need any Blue Sky to become 100% renewable.
Wow.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand and/or say aye. Passes unanimously. And once again, I want to tell Stacy and Deb that it's been a real pleasure working with you. So thank you.
Hello, Mary.
Yes.
This is Autumn Fitzgerald. I had some trouble getting onto Zoom, and I heard you call my name. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. We will, we've just finished up our general item D, so we will move back to C for the Parental Defender report. Autumn?
Okay, I'm sorry again for that problem, but I appreciate you guys taking some time to have me chat with you. I'll be quick. I'm Autumn Fitzgerald. I'm the public defender for juvenile court for Grand County, which involves representing clients in child welfare cases, juvenile delinquency cases, and participants in family drug court. I currently have 43 active cases across all 3 areas in the juvenile court in Grand County. The child welfare portion of this contract is I'm essentially the parental defender. This makes up the biggest part of my workload in juvenile court. My role in child welfare cases is to represent parents who have had children either removed from them, removed from their home by the state, or removed from their custody, or families that have had having protective supervision services over them initiated by DCFS. That usually happens if there are issues of neglect, substance abuse, or physical abuse. I currently have 22 active child welfare cases. 12 of those cases I was appointed to in this last year. Representation in the child welfare portion of my contract involves making sure that my clients' rights under the juvenile code and the Constitution are not being violated. I file motions. I advise my clients on what to do to help their case be successful. I attend hearings, which include shelter hearings, pretrial conferences, progress review hearings, service plan review hearings, permanency hearings, bench trials, evidentiary hearings when they're needed, and mediations. And I attend all of these proceedings with my clients and speak on their behalf and represent them. The child welfare matters, they typically last about 18 months or more, depending on a parent's progress and the needs of their family. So there are cases that kind of can take a while to move out. My number of cases will likely go up a little bit, I think, as we see the after effects of the pandemic start to show up in our at-risk families. And that's starting kind of now. It's starting to look like more significant substance abuse, of more dangerous substances in very young parents with very young children, such as habitual methamphetamine use or fentanyl. So that's kind of the update on that. The other component of my contract is family drug court. I'm the public defender for Family Drug Court participants. Family Drug Court is really important to our county, in my opinion. It's a problem-solving court for parents who are in DCFS services for substance abuse. It serves as a structured kind of outpatient substance abuse treatment program for parents. I kind of think it's superior to some non-court related programs just because it typically lasts about 18 months. That's 18 months of ongoing treatment for our participants that need it, so it's really valuable. I currently have 14 drug court clients. 3 of them have not officially started, but they have kind of started the process and have been attending. So we have 14 currently that are in drug court that I represent. My role in Family Drug Court is to represent parents who are in drug court receiving substance abuse treatment. I attend drug court staffing meetings with our judge and our drug court team. I attend drug court review hearings with my clients. I advise my clients on drug court matters and drug testing issues. I participate in evidentiary hearings and consult with toxicologist experts and advocate on my clients' behalf when needed. And then the last portion of a juvenile court contract is juvenile delinquency cases. In those matters, I represent minor children who are, in essence, being charged with things that would be a crime if they were over the age of 18. In these cases, I represent the juvenile offender in arraignments, detention hearings, bench trials, disposition hearings, and settlement negotiations on their charges. I was appointed on 8 juvenile delinquency cases in the last year. That's a little lower than last year. I think a lot of that was because most referrals to juvenile court come from the schools. And because kids were online so long, I think that maybe school administration didn't see problems and have the ability to intervene when maybe it needed to happen. So I expect those numbers to go up as well. Is there anyone that has any questions?
Questions, anyone? Thank you, Autumn. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We are on action item E, approving letter of support for the 2022 Utah Office of Tourism Cooperative Marketing Program grant match to the Moab Area Travel Council. Elaine.
Thank you for giving me the time to present this. I'm here with Howard Trenholm, our board, Travel Council Advisory Board Chair. What this is, for some of you that are not familiar, the state Utah Office of Tourism does offer matching funds annually to different counties or different organizations that apply. So what I am applying for this year would be to utilize the 2022 budget TRT that will be budgeted for Travel Council expenditures for a $275,000 match. So we would take $275,000 out of the TRT budget that's awarded to the Travel Council, and then the Utah Office of Tourism would match with $275,000, and that would be split in 2 ways. So $250,000 would be used to continue our campaign to support the Canyonlands Regional Airport. We would be focusing our efforts in Chicago. We're currently beginning that effort this year with the funds that we received last year. So we would continue that effort in the Midwest. And then we would also continue that effort in northern Utah in the Salt Lake City area, the Wasatch Front, and at the Salt Lake Airport, because the type of visitor that comes into the airport are the visitors that we want. They're going to stay longer, they're going to spend more money, they're going to use all the outfitters and everyone that we have here. So we're trying to encourage flying in, utilizing our airport so that, you know, the revenue that we generate will be at a higher level. The additional $25,000 to make up the $275,000 would be used for Utah.com. And Utah.com it does nothing to do with the state of Utah. It's its own entity owned by the newspaper, but we would be marketing our Recreate with Respect. We'd have banners. We would be out there promoting that on significant pages on Utah.com, so that we're getting our Recreate with Respect messaging and Leave No Trace and all of that out there. And we're looking to do that for beginning again. That would start this fall, and then would be for another year. But in addition to that, which wouldn't be included in this, we would be geofencing those visitors that come to Moab that are in Grant County from Utah.com to actually send to their phones the messaging of Recreating with Respect. And that messaging would continue to go out there, and we would be doing that for another year. So the ask is for the $275,000 for the 2 programs. And again, that would come out of 2022 budgeted TRT funds that go to the Travel Council. Howard, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I would just say to the county, much of this funding is really trying to get airline passengers in. The county over the last 10 years has invested a fortune out at the airport, expanding the runway, putting a new terminal building, and all sorts of other improvements to make the airport a more viable place. It's working. You heard Mary's report from the airport, it's astounding. We also have a responsibility to all the stakeholders in the community to bring visitors here. That's the role of the Travel Council, that's the role of this board. This is part of our requirements. I can see that you have all sorts of budget issues. Tourists bring revenue streams into our community that we definitely need. This market we're attempting to go after, we're accepting the fact we can't have every visitor possible in Moab, okay? Very clearly understood. So we've decided to work towards bringing a higher spend visitor to our community. This money is going to be spent in areas where people are not likely to drive into our town. They're likely to come in by airplane. So it's also a matching grant. So as far as budgets go, you're doubling down on your money in this fund from the state. And we've been very good at doing this. And I really hope that you support this funding for our community.
Elena, I had a question about the numbers. Since it's a matching grant, is there an additional 275? Is it going to be spent identically to what you outlined for the first 275, or did I?
It will be a total, it will be 275 from us, and then the state would match the 275. So we would have all of those funds together to do it, to go after the, so it would be a total of 550,000, because the marketing in Chicago and the Midwest at the airport is a lot more expensive. And when you get into the metropolitan urban areas, marketing around the airports are obviously, it costs more. So, but the funding would be a total program of 550,000, because the state's going to put in that matching fund that we would be committing the Travel Council funds for.
So when you said 250 for marketing in the Midwest, it's actually 500,000 then?
Yeah, but the approval of the 275 has to come out. We have to,
okay.
The commission has to approve that we would use that 275 for toward that total fund of 550 with the match of 275 from the Utah Office of Tourism.
I just wanted to add one thing. We're applying for these funds. There's no guarantee we're going to get them. So, I mean, we always go and ask, well, really for the biggest ask we can. We've been very successful in the past, but we don't always get all the money. So it's not guaranteed we'll get it all. We just have to apply for it. Again, the maximum spend for Grand County would be $275,000. And the actual spend overall would be 550, because that's where we're getting half of the money from the state, possibly.
I have a question. I wasn't here in November, but the commission passed a resolution asking that, or stating that, all future Grand County activities relating to the promotion and establishment of recreation, tourism, and convention shall ensure that the predominant message or objective is educational and promotes and establishes responsible recreation. So does this do that? I mean,
Yes, if you look at all of our marketing, and I would ask that you go to both of our websites, the Do It Like a Moab Local. We even created a brand new logo that says Recreate with Respect. All of our messaging, the billboards have been changed. Everything that we are doing has that educational messaging. We're following the law that was passed. So, you know, for instance, with Utah.com, I told them last fall that I wouldn't continue to do business with them if they did not adhere to our messaging of education. And that's everything that we're creating from last November through current has that message. And I would ask that you all go out and look to see what we've done. And again, we've created that in-house. We haven't had to pay an agency to create it.
I mean specifically with the advertisements in the like Chicago.
Yeah, it
area
says preserve. It'll say preserve and protect. It'll have our messaging and our banners. The banners that we're going to create for Utah.com will have that exact messaging out there. I mean, the goal is to educate the visitor before they get here, and then when they're here, to target them when they're here in our community.
I really respect your guys' effort at this, at switching directions with the travel council. I'm very appreciative, but I also feel like it misses the mark a little bit when we're still spending $500,000 trying to encourage more visitors to come, and those visitors don't displace the people driving down from northern Utah. They're in addition to those people. So I don't know, I feel a little bit like the public ask here was for more explicit in town, like fire danger, don't bust the crust, really like concrete, like educational advertisement type things rather than what you're proposing. But I don't know, what's your...
Well, for instance, with the most recent events of the fire, we have about 3 million people that come to the Discover Moab website from all over the world. And if you go to the website, you will see that we have all of that information out there, whether it's the fire, whether it's flooding, whether the park is closed, the entrance is closed. We really communicate to the visitor that's coming to Moab. And we have really put that messaging out there on both of the websites. And not only the websites, but if you look at our Facebook pages, our social media pages, we have worked diligently to get that message out there. The kind of visitor that we are trying to attract is a visitor that's not coming to disperse camp, that's not going to start a campfire, that is not going to be riding a UTV, that is not going to have equipment with them unless they put their bike on the plane, but they're going to come to Moab and they're going to need a rental car, they're going to need lodging, they're going to need food, they're going to need an outfitter, whether they're going to hike or bike or canyoneer, whatever it is, rafting. Those are the types of visitors that we want to encourage that are going to come here and spend time here. And we're targeting a higher demographic that also understands sustainability and understands what all of this, we're going to be looking and targeting for that visitor of, who respects what we have, because we can't replace it. So we're not just going after any visitor, but the visitor that has the means to come here to put revenue into our community, but also understands, that they recreate with respect while they're here. They understand sustainability. They get it. So that's the type of demographic that we would be targeting.
My thoughts on that is that Moab's been discovered. The motels are going to fill up. The campgrounds are going to fill up, no matter what happens. Because we've been discovered, even during COVID, when we weren't advertising, we were filling up. By spending TRT money that we must spend on advertising to attract people that aren't going to be driving their trucks and their long trailers and trying to get off come here on a dime. We're going to be attracting the people that are going to come here and spend money. And so if they're taking up the space, if they're taking up the motel rooms, I think it's money well spent on attracting the type of visitors we want. Because even if we don't advertise, people are going to come. Jock?
Madam Chair, may I just say something? I just want to give you some numbers.
Howard, I called on Jacques. He raised, well, I'll let Jacques speak first.
I wanted to say in my long time in the tourism industry in Moab, running an outfitter in a bike shop, that I really appreciated the folks that came by air. We had a lot of great repeat customers, and they tended to be great customers and spend money in the shop. And I noticed a difference over the years in those folks, and I appreciate the effort with the folks coming in by air for sure. I also wanted to ask a question: Why was Chicago chose to be targeted of all places?
Well, we looked at all of the markets, and that came up as a market where people were searching for. Because I've been studying these markets for a couple of years, but Chicago was a market where people were searching, but we couldn't convert them to come. So this effort would be to reach out to the Chicago, the Midwest, to that higher demographic, to encourage them to fly in here. And we see, and I worked with Love Communications, who has all, they're working with me on the statistics, but they also identified, in fact, this is our second year in Chicago. You've got to be in a market at least 3 years in order for it to impact. But we identified Chicago as a market last year when we submitted for funding, and we're doing that now. So much so that the Utah Office of Tourism, they are also looking at their marketing in the Chicago market. It's an area where we see people searching, but yet not completing and booking their reservation, and that's what we want them to do.
Just, Madam Chair, may I clarify some points?
Yes. Chris, is that okay? Because you had your hand up. You want to talk after Howard or before?
At some point, I just want to go over state code and what we're required to do with
okay, so Howard, go ahead, and then we'll hear about the state code.
Okay, Chicago, just to answer your question too, Jacques, United Airlines was the essential air service we decided to choose as a county, and that their hub is also Chicago. So that was part of the reason that Chicago was chosen as an area. Sarah, I want to address your issues about tourists, hotels. Last year, our occupancy numbers that we were able to derive from all our statistics in the COVID year were 50% occupancy. That meant half the year the hotels were empty. Normal year, 62%. There are businesses in town that stay open all year. The Travel Council is focusing primarily on those slow times of the year when the parks are still open, the hotels are open, and some businesses are open that try to keep their employees working all year. I think the council owes it to the businesses that are employers in this town to consider that too. We're trying to be a year-round community. We have tourism, that's our thing. If the county wants to change its perspective, that's its choice. But right now, that's our bread and butter and our jam. And I really urge the commission to consider that. You're talking about pay increases, more money and budgets. You need tourists in this town, and half of our rooms are empty half of the year last year. We've got some work to do. We are not in a flush position where we're so full. I agree, don't allow any more hotels to come in, but let's just kind of make the businesses that are here succeed, okay? I think the commission should consider that when they're deciding what they do with money, and public's money too. This is tax money from tourists that come here, money that's supposed to be spent to bring visitors to our community. That's the state law. We're just abiding by the state laws.
Chris?
Okay, so the transient room tax laws are a bit complicated. So I'll try to best to explain the current iteration of them. About previously to the last legislative session and prior to about May 4th of this year, about 48% of the transient room tax went to the Travel Council, and most of that was spent on advertising. As a result of the recent changes to the legislation, 1/3 of that budget can now go to economic diversification. So that would be, any type of economic development that's not related to tourism. And then on top of that, there are three things that the remainder of that money can be spent on, and they are, if I can scroll up to it, tourism, recreation, film production, and convention. And so only of the remaining portion, after the 1/3 is taken out for diversification, only 1/5 of what remains can go towards recreation, film production, and conventions, and the remainder has to go to tourism production or tourism promotion, and that's defined in statute as tourism promotion means an activity to develop, encourage, tourism, including planning, development, and advertising for the purpose.
Chris, you're fading out quite a bit. It sounds like your microphone's getting covered or something.
I think my internet connection's not great. Let me turn off my video. So again, the definition of tourism promotion, can you hear me better, maybe?
Yes.
The definition of tourism promotion, again, we're statutorily required to send a fair bit of this money, transient impacts money, for this purpose. So tourism promotion means an activity to develop, encourage, solicit, or market tourism that attracts transient guests to the county, including planning, development, and advertising for the purposes described in subsection 2AI, which is the part that describes tourism. So as long as we're collecting a transient room tax, we're obligated to be engaged in tourism promotion. The only way to get around that is either change the law or drop out of collecting transient room tax. But the effect of this and the way the math shakes out, and I know it's complicated, but the way the math shakes out is that we're going to end up spending about 44% on tourism promotion versus what we have been spending on average between 2017 and 2019. So a significant reduction in tourism promotion spend. Most of that's going to be diverted to economic diversification. And then there's some that will send to support the film commission budget and some other things. But in general, we're going to be required to be engaged in these types of activities. I think, regardless of what you think of increasing tourism, being able to maintain that connection to Salt Lake's important for the locals too. And so this is contributing to the success of that particular connection. But I'm just trying to let you know that there's a requirement, statutory requirement to be engaged in tourism promotion, although it's much less. And it doesn't preclude that advertising being compliant with the resolution that Sarah brought in.
Sometimes I noticed when you were talking, sometimes Chris, it's when you were looking directly at your screen, that's when it felt like your audio was the best. So you might try that.
Okay, sorry, I was reading off of my computer monitor there.
Oh, I know it's hard. That's why it's so hard in our chambers, is because you have to speak right into the mic. Trish?
Just a couple notes. When I was looking through this packet, a couple of the notes that I made were just the distribution of those funds, the proportion that we're putting into marketing in relation to awareness. So just noting that. And then specifically at this time, and Kevin mentioned this earlier in the meeting, that it seems like we really need to be hitting hard just backcountry etiquette, but specifically at this time, fire safety and mitigation. And the fact is that if we're not doing that in conjunction with bringing in tourists, we're failing in the sense that right now what's happening in the mountains is greatly affecting our local businesses, specifically if you want to talk about climbing guides, bike shuttles. I mean, that event is greatly affecting those that are working in those industries. So I do think those monies need to be spent in a manner that not only are we attracting those tourists, but also educating those tourists. That's just my point.
And I must say that that Elaine has taken that by the horns. Like she said, I don't know if you remember that part of it was when these people get here, they will be continually getting text messages and emails to continue stressing the fact that we have to recreate responsibly. And so I think, when people come to Moab through the Travel Council, they're being educated. It's when they're coming through for some other reason that they're not. But it is so important. It is so important.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When this came up a few years ago, I actually kind of led the effort to avoid the matching funds. I think Chris brings up a good point about, by statute, we're required to spend funds, but in essence, here we're doubling the funds. So if we're using the analogy of pouring gas on the fire, we're kind of pouring twice as much gas on the fire. And back then it made me nervous and scared. And that was during the efforts of when we were looking at the overnight accommodations and changing some of the permitting around that. And it felt really weird to me then to have one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. That being said, I think with the points of being able to have a little more in-depth contact with individual tourists through text messaging and the like, and trying to aim to the airport travelers and strengthening the foothold that our investment in the airport has. I could support it at this point. I think that to Howard's point of encouraging off-season visitation, it would be key. I'd like to see some of the imagery, kind of including snow in the parks and that kind of stuff. There was just recently a Wall Street Journal article about how wherever you go in Utah, you're going to stand in line. And I think that rather than kind of contributing to that in peak season, that not just the shoulder season, but the off season is what we should focus on. But with the investment in advertising in this area in the last couple of years and trying to give it that third year and really try to, kind of change some of the visitor profile that Elaine was speaking to and having some change there. I would make a motion to approve the letter of support for the 2022 Utah Office of Tourism Cooperative Marketing Program grant match to the Moab Area Travel Council.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Second by Jacques Adler. Do we have any further discussion? Yes, Kevin?
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to vote for this, but I do want to say that I agree with the thrust of some of the things Sarah said. I think in making these decisions about advertising, the thing we should be mainly keeping in mind is the overall good for our community, which is not the same thing as the bottom line for tourism-oriented businesses. I think it's just a small part of what we're trying to do. And I think it is, given that the big overcrowding problems we're having, I think we need to think very hard and have a very strong justification if we're going to pour more gasoline on the fire, as Evan says. In this case, I feel okay with it because I think this amount of money that we're committing to spend is relatively small compared to the overall budget. So just because we're approving this doesn't mean that there's going to be some big increase in our overall budget. And I think this is the type of advertising that we want to be transitioning to for the reasons that Elaine outlined. And it's going to be a gradual transition from the way we're doing things 3 or 4 years ago to the way I hope we're doing things in the future. And it's going to happen in fits and starts. And it's going to, I think, take a lot of engagement from the county commission working with Elaine and others to get this worked out. And I think we've taken some initial successful steps down that road, but we've still got a long way to go. But this, this feels to me like a step in at least approximately the right direction. So, but I do hope that when we think about budgets in the future and other decisions about the overall amount we're spending on advertising and things like that, that we do keep it, that we do spend this money in a way that we think is going to benefit our community as a whole. But I think I'm mildly disagreeing with something that Howard said. This isn't like special money for the tourism industry, and that's not how I view it anyway. Yes, there are some constraints on how we spend it, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I were voting to spend money in ways that didn't help one sector of our community at the expense of everyone else. So I don't want to do that. I think this particular bill doesn't do that, but it's something that we should definitely keep in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sarah? I just want to say I am appreciative, Elaine, of the recreate sustainably messaging. The part of me that gets critical is it's also critical of a lot of things like greenwashing in general. Like just because something sounds sustainable doesn't necessarily mean that it is. And so I know that you're constrained we're all constrained with these state statutes, and it's helpful to understand the bigger budgetary picture here. And as somebody who doesn't use social media and disregards all advertisements and blocks them from my phone and that kind of thing, I think it would be helpful to have some more tangible billboard-like things in the vicinity that are oriented towards sustainable recreation, because I mean, I see the Do It Like a Local billboard and the Recreate with Respect, but I think that being a little bit more specific with those tangible, visible messages in our community would really help also take the heat off the Travel Council, but help send the message in a more concrete way. But yeah, thank you for all your work in trying to shift the direction of the way advertising is happening.
Anyone else? Call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye, raise your hand, or both. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are now to item F, approving grade change for the Old Spanish Trail Arena maintenance worker from grade 2 to grade 3.
Thank you, Mary. Before I hop into this real quick, I just wanted to give a quick update. Chris did touch on a county-wide salary survey. We'll be looking at that for the budget for 2022. And I know that you all chatted with, or some of you got to chat with the UAC staff, and they actually came down to present at our UAC HR affiliate conference. So it was great to get to meet some of my HR members across the state and get to chat about some of these issues that are facing us. So some big themes and big projects coming that way. But the great change for the OSTA worker is coming out of a kind of an extreme need and something that could kind of lead us into a little bit of an emergency understaffing out there. Angie had a maintenance worker step down and actually leave for a different position. And so we're just hoping to get a better wage to get some more staff retention out there. So the market data just shows that this would support a grade increase by 1 grade.
Yes, Sarah?
I'd make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve the grade change for the Old Spanish Trail Arena maintenance worker from grade 2 to grade 3, effective June 16th, 2021.
Thank you, Sarah. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion? The only thing I'd like to, go ahead, Jock.
No, I just wanted to say I know that yeah, those guys are super overworked and need all the help they can get, and I hope it's enough of a wage upgrade that they can attract someone quality for the position.
Yes, Jock and I went and spoke after our fire meeting and they're under an incredible amount of stress right now. I'm concerned for their well-being, in fact. They're putting in, like I think Chris said earlier, they're getting there before 6 and staying till 11. Everything changes every single day, and then every 14 days it changes again because there's a whole crew change. So this fire has affected OSTA in a way that it's not affected any other county department. So if you see our employees out there, please, please tell them how thankful you are. So, okay, any other? Okay, I'm calling for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now to item G. Updating on planning and zoning work plan approving request for the Planning Commission to initiate the general plan update process and appointing a commission liaison to the general plan update steering committee. John.
Thank you, Mary, and welcome to the meeting. I guess you weren't here last time, so but I was. So I don't know. I'm not going to read through the report. I realize the meeting's going on a little bit, and we've got a lot of things to go through. But that is what's the motion is on the floor, is to appoint a commissioner to a steering committee that would help guide a couple of things. One of them is a general plan update, a comprehensive general plan update. To get there, staff is proposing a fairly rigorous 25 to 30 interview regime of major decision makers, and then developing a high-level objectives, goals, policies that kind of tie a lot of things together, including the three legs of the development stool, which I think some of you will appreciate: economic, environmental, and social, of course, which are the three elements of sustainability. And there is a matrix there that actually lists all of the various elements in the general plan, as well as in the top part of the matrix, I won't go through it, are all of the current studies and proposed studies that are there. Always, these need to come back to the commission for approval, but those are planning regime. And then on the bottom part are the decision makers that go into informing that process. As I mentioned last time, one of the advantages in doing good planning is to be comprehensive, and that is to not do things in silos as much as you can. Sometimes that happens, and have these things work together. So that's the first motion. There's two phases proposed as far as going ahead together besides the appointment. One of them is to do the high-level review, and then the second phase, which doesn't exclude public engagement. The second phase is to actually go out and do community engagement directly. That's a longer process and obviously takes a lot of effort. And so that we were estimating to be about a year. The first process would be about 3 to 4 months, so about a quarter. We presented this to the Planning Commission last evening and had a bit of more of a dialogue, and proposing a workshop with the Planning Commission in July that would walk through some of these objectives and how they could be measured, how they could be addressed, how they could be considered by the Planning Commission, and they can provide some advice back to the county, the community, the commission, the county commission. So there are proposed to be 13 members on the steering committee. As I mentioned, this is more of a guiding group. The terms of reference is only a page and a half, I think, with some major objectives here. I'll just read through those. Internal and external policy consistency, regulatory consistency and pertinence, engagement strategies, phasing and timing, reporting, indicators and outcomes, and the review of the adoption schedules. So mainly high-level guidance. We don't want to overburden a steering committee. It's meant to be just guiding and influencing to some degree. So there's some major department heads here and elected officials that are suggested. And obviously it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. So we're hoping that that participation would be there and that the commission would support the idea of a steering committee to help guide this process. I did put together a bit of a framework of decision making, and it's in a chart. I can't share the screen because I don't have this on a digital one. I'm at home, and it kind of talks about the planning horizons. So one of the things I think the county's missing right off the bat is a good long-range strategic plan. A good strategic plan from the county commission fits into a general plan. They both are the same planning horizons. And what I've had kind of helped with before is actually taking that strategic plan and embedding it right in the general plan. So it's front and center. I don't know if I would call it job one, but it's probably job two. Job one is public engagement and decision making. That element doesn't exist right now. Neither does the strategic plan exist right now in the general plan. The other relationship are master plans. We're embarking on a transportation master plan. We have a number of studies that are out there, including the resource management plans, a number of other ones too as well that Elaine will have in economic development. It's integrating those into the general plan, and that will take time. But during this high level process, we'll be engaging those parts and putting them into the general plan at a high level. And then the deliverables always, as you know, in long range planning, there's no money assigned to these. These are dreams. And a lot of people have challenges with the dreaming part because it seems pretty fluffy. So one of the important parts of this is it has to engage, and it has to have results. And so that's where these things get translated into annual budgets, into action plans, and that type of thing. So the third prong of this, besides the general plan and taking a look at the action items, the workshops that we work with the Planning Commission in the mid-level master planning, is our client engagement, which isn't part of the staff report, but we're actually starting at the end next week a transparent process with our major clients, developers, builders, and decision makers as far as the projects are concerned, and meeting with them on a regular basis to share not only internally what's going on, non-confidential information, of course, on projects, and then getting their feedback, more of a roundtable discussion, you could say. So we're hoping to start that in June next week, and then have another one at the end of the summer. So not forgetting the project-based stuff, that's still really important. And in the meantime, we'll be looking at the land use code, and I've got a list that's not as long as some of the commission members probably, but all of you will have lists that we need to have addressed. So that's kind of I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Questions?
How often is the steering committee meeting? Did you propose bi-weekly or?
Probably, yes. Yeah. Let me see through the chair. That's probably the best because we've got a pretty ambitious program here. I don't think for very long though, Commissioner Walker, probably only for an hour. Hopefully we'll keep those to an hour.
And I was also, you suggested one commissioner on the steering committee, but that's only 14% of the commission. Yeah, we've got a lot of commissioners, and I was wondering whether it might make more sense to have two, just for various reasons. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
My thought was to either have two or have a lead and a co. But in many ways, it'd be better to have two because then they would both be up to par. And this process is going to last a while. And we know that things happen sometimes where one or so commissioners for some reason have to resign. And anyway, I think it would be safer to have two for many reasons. But there might not be two people willing to serve. I don't know. Because we have our people, Jacques and Kevin and Sarah, you've got a big commitment, but you might feel like you have the bandwidth to do more than just the public lands. Who's interested? Let's start with that maybe.
I would be willing to do it, but I don't want to displace anyone else. So if there are two other people who want to do it, I will gladly step aside. But if we were having trouble finding two people, I'm willing to be one of those two people.
I sent out an email earlier and I said I'd be interested, but once again, I was just like Kevin, if there was 2 other people or somebody else that really wanted it. But I was fairly interested in, I like the high level stuff and, you know. So anyone else?
Sometimes scheduling, you know, especially long term, can be challenging for me. It's hard for me to pop in the middle of the day. If I'm working, I tend to be out for the day. So if there was a standing day, that would be easier for me, but that might be kind of further down the road. So I might kind of, if you two are willing to kind of take the lead on representing us, that I wouldn't wrestle it away from you. But this is definitely something I'm excited to see us finally addressing.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. Find it. I move to approve the request of the Planning Commission to initiate the general plan update process and appoint commissioners McGann and Walker as liaisons to the steering committee for the general plan development.
Motion by Kevin, seconded by Gabriel. Discussion.
Just a quick discussion in some of these notes that, you know, outlining who the clients are. You know, I wouldn't want to forget that there's a lot of citizens and, you know, possibly creating sorry, I have a hot dog panting here. If there was a possible citizen involvement who weren't necessarily builders or realtors or business owners who may prioritize growth when it comes to some of these zoning and land use plans. We deal a lot with trying to preserve some of our urban and rural rural and agricultural feel. And I don't know if how to capture that in the makeup of some of these client engagement groups or memberships. But yeah, I'm excited to see the interconnectedness of it that you've highlighted here. And as this membership fleshes out, even between EMS and sheriff and planning committee, I'd be curious to see who serves on some of these things for Park and Rec, health and housing, because I'm excited to see who you can shake out of the woodwork. But
so am I.
I'm in full support of Mary and Kevin. So
okay, if I could just jump in there, if you don't mind,
yeah,
Mary, and having that. Yeah, the client engagement group's a tough one. You know, it's a building relationships with our major clients. The public is, of course, the major client, major client, but they're harder to put your finger on. But we will work on those relationships too. That's part of that community engagement and neighborhood development process, obviously, which you've probably worked on before, which is a kind of a secondary thing. But the public engagement strategy is really fundamental to the whole exercise. So that'll be hopefully fleshed out as we start going through it. So in 2 parts, the steering committee looks after, kind of guides the high level review process and interviews and how those are going and getting feedback. The goal is to get all of that feedback, collect it all, and come back in a kind of kumbaya moment where we bring that back and then check to see whether we've hit the right spots or not. And then to move ahead. If we have gaps, those gaps will be talked about, but we won't try to fill those gaps. This is part of that exercise. And if those gaps are there and they're not clear, of course, we'll try to make them as clear as we can. The other client engagement group is really much more of the on-the-ground, transparent, staff-driven roundtable of discussion around projects. And that involves a public voice because every one of us is public in some ways. They're not always wearing a corporate hat. They also represent the community in some way. So I've always found those to be representative and responsive.
Thank you. Further discussion?
I was just, I agree with what you said, Evan, and part of the reason I'm stepping up for this committee is to make sure that, you know, the general public's voice is heard throughout this process, because I think I think that's consistent with what John just said as well. But and I also think we need to make sure the rest of the commission is aware of the direction things are going with the general planning process. And, we don't want to be surprised by the output. We want to sort of have, regular check-ins as it proceeds.
Okay, anything else? Call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, John.
Mary, do we want a 6 o'clock citizens to be heard?
We probably should. Mallory, are there any citizens waiting to be heard?
There
came and went.
There are a few folks on. I think they might be here for the HDHO item. But if I'm wrong, please turn on your camera or press *6 to unmute, or you can raise your hand or send a chat. Okay, Mary, it doesn't look like there is anybody at this time.
Okay. We are to reaffirming resolution number 3146 to respect our neighbors' rights and the rule of law regarding the use of legal fireworks. Myself and Vice Chair Wojtek. The resolution comes across as very respectful and asking. But in addition to that, both Gabriel and I have spoken to the sheriff that behind this ask is going to be enforcement. That there cannot be any fireworks other than the professionals that have never, ever caused any issue for the fire department. My husband was a fireman for 20 some odd years. I think it was 32 or 33. And we never had a problem with the professional fireworks, but there were 4th of Julys that he never spent with the family because he was running off, putting out fires that residents created. So Steve White says this year there will be enforcement to the highest degree. Gabriel has stepped forward and volunteered to really get the word out there. So I would like to have him speak for a moment. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to also thank a constituent and a Grand County resident, Mark Horowitz, and their concern on this issue and sort of bringing it up and keeping myself as an elected official sort of on task with regards to this concern. And I just, I think, certainly, this, we need to, focus on this sort of soft messaging, and it's really important to continue a consistent effort, consistent, thorough effort to that effect. But also making, obviously, it's a particularly harrowing time to feel like this sort of soft messaging that might be beating around the bush in a way when we have a fire going like we do that's so catastrophic. But it should give us more resolve, and I truly hope that the residents of Grand County really take this year as seriously as any or as ever, and moving forward, we continue to learn these lessons. So with that, I would make a motion to reaffirm resolution number 3146 to respect our neighbors' rights and the rule of law regarding the use of legal fireworks.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second? Seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion? Chris?
So if you will allow, Mary, I'd like to just go over what the rule of law is, if that's okay.
I would appreciate that. I not only would allow, I appreciate it.
All right. So first I'm going to share the order from the Department of Natural Resources. And so this order indicates, and it's an executive order via the governor's authority, that in unincorporated private lands and state-owned lands all over the entire state, fireworks are 100% prohibited. So in Grand County, that means fireworks are illegal on state-owned lands or any private unincorporated lands. And fireworks are generally always illegal on federal property. So if you're not within the city of Moab, fireworks are just flat out illegal. And the sheriff, as has already been indicated, will cite, and our county attorney will prosecute. So be aware of that. We're taking it very seriously. And so now I'm going to share the city's regulations, and the city is actually precluded by state law from, well, let's see, this is not the greatest one. Let me see if I can find a better version here. Precluded from state law, by state law, from totally prohibiting fireworks. Well, let's see. I'll just read it here. This is in my email, but maybe I can make it a little more readable somehow. Okay. Let's see. Let me try that again. All right, so due to extreme dry conditions and the enhanced risk of fire, the city of Moab prohibits the use of any type of fireworks in the following areas: parkways, public trails, and pedestrian pathways within city limits, all city parks except the Center Street ball fields, where the use of state legal fireworks will be allowed, over or within 200 feet of Pat Creek or Mill Creek, within 20 feet of any residence, building, structure, or combustible material. And then fireworks defined by the state as Class C dangerous explosives are illegal without a permit and therefore not allowed in Moab. These include aerial shells, salutes, Norman candles, and flash shells, comets and mortars, firecrackers, bottle rockets, and aerial rockets, fireworks containing 500 grams or more of pyrotechnic material, and other similar explosives. All of those types of fireworks are illegal. Any fireworks that fly, explode, or travel more than 6 feet off the ground are also banned within the city of Moab limits. And then anyone who violates the city's fireworks ban is subject to a fine of up to $1,000 and possible imprisonment. So that's the rules within the city. And again, outside of the city, there are no fireworks allowed at all. Okay. So those are the rules of law.
Thank you, Chris. That was helpful. Thank you. Code. No, we had a motion, correct? Motion by Gabriel, seconded by Evan. Any further discussion?
I was just going to briefly say that thanks to you and Gabe for taking the lead on this. I think it's a good idea.
It was mostly Gabe.
And if I could just add, and one of the things I want to make very clear is, you know, it's, I think especially in this time after coming from, you know, still in the pandemic and still, you know, managing that, you know, that crisis, that, you know, hopefully the tail end of that crisis. It's a tremendously difficult time for the country. And folks absolutely should, you know, be able to show their love of country and show their pride and show that they're proud to be an American and really take advantage of this tradition that we have on July 4th as Americans. And there are a lot of great ways that we can do that that aren't putting you know, our neighbors at risk. And I think that that's exactly what this resolution is speaking to. So let's make this about, you know, how we can come together and how we can celebrate, not about what we can't do. I think that that's really important. That's a really important aspect of this.
Thank you. Any further? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are to approving amended and restated rules and regulations for high-density housing overlay developments in response to the hearing officer's conclusions of law and order in the HDHO appeals. Christina Sloan.
Okay, we have received 2 of 3 rulings in the HDHO appeals. The one we have not received back is Peakview Developments. Their attorney did ask our hearing officer for an update, and he responded that he's on vacation. So he hasn't gotten that ruling done, but it will be substantially similar to the other 2. And in those other 2, the county did win all claims, which upheld our HDHO ordinance. It did uphold the prohibition against the sale or lease of any HDHO lot or unit to a non-qualified household. And it upheld our rules and regulations as consistent with the HDHO ordinance and within our authority to implement our own county law. It did, however, at the request of no one, strike down 2 provisions in our rules and regulations where we attempted to define a qualified household as including a local business or a local nonprofit, so that the business or the nonprofit itself could qualify to own the HDHO unit instead of the owner of the business or the directors of the nonprofit. He said those 2 sections in particular, which are really subsections of subsections, so we're talking about section 2A1, Roman numeral 2 and 3, and the original rules and regulations were not consistent. Now we're waiting for the 3rd ruling because the hearing officer has expressly stated that that ruling will be substantially similar to the other 2 in which the county won all claims. I don't think we need to wait to pass these amended rules until we get that ruling, but that is one option, is you guys could table it until we get that ruling. But I also don't want to move forward to talk through what the process looks like to, reconsider moving these 2 provisions into our HDHO ordinance. Of course, that is county law, and you cannot apply that retroactively to HDHO developments. At the same time, I think that most HDHO developers are interested in qualifying local businesses and local nonprofits. So I think it's a provision that they'll be interested in. So there are some options about how we can voluntarily, or they can voluntarily opt to allow a new provision in the HDHO ordinance to apply to them if we want to proceed down that route into the future. But that's as much as I want to talk about that now, since we are still in the appeal process. But for now, I feel very comfortable taking those 2 provisions out. I don't disagree with the ruling as to those 2 subsections. They were included in there because developer counsel and realtors specifically asked me to include them. And I do think it's quite consistent with the intent of the commission based on all the meetings that I listened to, but also conversations I've had with the commissioners who approved the HDHO ordinance. So I'm very comfortable moving forward to remove those sections now, and then we can worry about whether we want to tweak our HDHO ordinance later and how HDHO developers can voluntarily opt in to such a new provision at a later time.
I make a motion.
Yes, please, Kevin. Yes.
I move to approve the amended and restated rules and regulations for high-density housing overlay developments to be effective immediately.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Jacques. Discussion.
I just want to, I think I've been following this closely, and everything Chrissy just said sounds exactly right to me. And just to clarify is that at this point, we're removing the things that the judge told us should be removed, and we're postponing any discussion about making changes in the future until all the appeals are heard. So that seems like a very easy decision right now to make.
Any other Call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, adopting resolution approving corrected final plat and First Amendment to development agreement for Aurora Crossing Phase 1. Christina Sloan.
Okay, so this is for Arroyo Crossing. They did, or you guys did, approve their final plat. As part of the original approval documents dating back to their master plan and their development agreement, the deed restricted units were supposed to be noted on the final plat. That was missed. And partly that was because of our transition in PC. The original approval documents were approved under Zachariah and the final plat was approved under Mila. So that was missed and needs to be corrected. There is an exemption plat process in our land use code, so it doesn't have to go to public hearing. It doesn't have to go to the planning commission first. And the corrected final plat very cleanly fits within that exemption plat process. You also have before you a First Amendment to the development agreement. And what that does is the original development agreement specifies that for every 5 units built, one of those has to be a deed restricted unit. And that is a requirement that you don't see in our other affordable housing provisions, for one. 2, that's not a provision that's required of the land use code. This Arroyo Crossing project is really its own beast. The land trust presented it to us. It doesn't fit within our affordable housing requirements. They are coming to us voluntarily agreeing to, go above and beyond what anything is required in our land use agreement. So they came back to us and said, that's quite limiting. We're working with the community rebuilds and we're working with HASU. And so all of these are going to be, built and sold to low income families in Grand County. And we all feel quite comfortable with that. But we'd like to move the deed restricted units into the apartment buildings, which are part of Phase 1 and were approved in the final plat for Phase 1, but aren't part of the immediate building needs. And discussing it with Chris and the planning department, we felt comfortable doing that, given the fact the land use code is a requirement, the land trust is its own special type of a partner with the county, but also because our other affordable housing programs, including the high density housing, don't require this 1 in 5 build out. That's the main thing. Once we got into revising the Section 2, where you see those provisions in the development agreement, they refer to the Section 7 remedies provision. And so we've also tweaked that a little bit to be more consistent with our land use code. And I also have some folks here from the land trust. Let's see, I saw Sherry and Amy are both here. If you guys have any questions for them, the agenda summary is pretty great too. So let us know if you have any questions or concerns. And just to remind you too, because this one's unique, the land trust is going to own the land. And so they're leasing interest, these long-term interests in the units that will be built. And that's how we will keep the units affordable. So that's why some of this language looks a little bit different than anything else you might have seen before.
You're saying this is would still be at a higher, they would be delivering more affordable or low income housing than what would typically be required by our codes?
Right, so the approvals that the commission approved back in 2019 only required 20% of their units be affordable. Sherry and Amy, y'all should jump in, but it's going to be much higher than that because they're working with all these nonprofit housing entities.
And this is Audrey, I'm on the phone.
Oh, great.
Can anybody hear that? Me?
Yeah.
Great. I'm the chair of the land trust, and I wanted to say, 50% of our homes are expected to be under 80% area median income, whereas you guys have asked for 20% to be under 80% area median income. The other 50% of the homes approximately will be under 100% AMI. That's 25% of them, and about 25% under 100 and 20% AMI. So we are definitely staying well in the within the county's limits. And are there other questions?
So you're in support of this resolution and the amendment to the agreement?
Yes, at this point, yes. And I have to say that since we are such an unusual beast, I wouldn't be surprised if you will see us again for other amendments as we go through these processes, because we are working with national organizations and that have different kinds of, they're all different animals. So USDA funding, LIHTC funding, which is low income housing tax funds, all those have different requirements. So it may be that we run up against something that doesn't work right with this county development agreement at some other point and come before you again. But all of it, please know, is in great partnership, working very closely with you. And we really appreciate Chrissy meeting with us yesterday when I know she was very busy with other things to talk about this stuff and get through it.
I don't know if maybe this is for Christina or maybe Audrey. I guess you said most of these units do not have a deed restriction, but that there's some other mechanism to make sure that they stay affordable in the long term. That's because could you just say more about that?
They will have a lease with us, a lease that has the deed restriction. And actually, Amy is better at speaking to the actual ins and outs of how that works. But it's all getting put in place that they will be restricted to have to sell their homes at an affordable rate whenever they get ready to sell their homes. They'll still have to sell them to people who are local residents working at least 30 hours average per week in the community, and who are under 80% AMI in the case of these county deed restricted homes.
So then what was the thing that Christina said about not requiring something like 1 out of 5 deed restriction?
Normally we would be required to build a deed restricted home before we could build 4 other non-deed restricted homes, which doesn't make a lot of sense when all of the sweat equity homes we're putting in place at first are all going to be under 80% area median income. So it gets very, very complicated very fast, but the long and short of it is the county will end up with much more restricted housing than it's asking for. It's just in a different mechanism, and it's actually a much safer mechanism for the county.
Okay, thanks.
County requires only the 20%.
Correct.
Rest is above and beyond.
Yeah, just some quick history. I think with the density bonus associated with land unit developments, there's some concern that a developer could build out the market rate units and then just stop and never do the affordable housing. And so that was the genesis really of for every 5 units built, 1 needs to be an affordable housing unit. That's not really a part of the land use code, I don't think, but the requirement for affordable housing is. And so in this case, because we're dealing with the land trust who's going to maintain ownership of the property, and they have the added security of this ground lease program, I think that I'm very comfortable with moving forward with this amendment where we're requiring that in order to move on to the next phase of development, you need to have the 20% of that phase completed for the affordable housing for that phase completed before they move to the next phase. But I will say, if there were another circumstance where we're not dealing with the land trust and there were no ground lease provision, we probably would want to maintain that for every 5 units built, one of them has to be affordable, just to avoid the risk that they build the market rate out of it and it's affordable. And so
Fading out again, but that's also part of why I looked at the remedies provision again and beefed it up consistent with our current ordinances and standards.
And yeah, I think, we may at some point consider if there are other land trust interests in the county revising our land use code to give more power and authority to a ground lease as an alternative to deed restriction. It's just something to think about in the future. At this point, though, deed restrictions are required by the land use code. So in this case, it's going to be deed restriction and ground lease. At least that's the way it's structured right now. So hopefully that won't be a problem in the future. And I think maybe that's something that Audrey's alluding to, but we'll cross that bridge if we get to it.
Well, the deed restriction is just how it's recorded against the project. So it's just an encumbrance. And then the encumbrance requires the provisions be integrated into the ground lease. So Chris and I have sort of talked about this, and we need to talk about it more, but I'm less convinced we need to change the structure. But regardless, that's sort of a future conversation.
Well, Madam Chair, regardless of the future, I would move to adopt the proposed resolution approving the corrected final plat and First Amendment to Development Agreement for Arroyo Crossing Phase 1, subject to the following condition. Owner shall record the neighborhood covenants referenced in the final plat in the real property records of Grand County, Utah, simultaneously with the corrected final plat and First Amendment, and waive the plat amendment processing fee in the amount of $650 plus $125 per lot in the excess of 5 lots.
Motion by Evan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Approving. Thank you. Adopting resolution regarding Grand County's commitment to funding a recreational hotspot transit shuttle pilot program. Chris Bear.
Okay, so as we discussed prior, the city has already committed to put up $1 million for the transit shuttle program, and this is a pilot program that that we had a presentation on. And so what this resolution would be doing is committing $250,000 to the city to offset the $1 million that they've committed. This is over a 5-year period. And so this is a program, and I think it would certainly fit in with expenditure of transient room tax money that would otherwise probably go into some other type of tourism or recreation related expenditure. And so we do have the money in that. I think, the hope obviously in the long term is that it will evolve from being something that helps tourists move around the city without driving, and hopefully in the long term relieve congestion, but also move into something that serves the locals and turns into a public transit program, helps people get to work, get to the store, those kinds of things. This is just a starting point, and it includes, a vision for a greater project in the future. And so I think we can pretty comfortably commit these funds to the city. An interlocal agreement will have to be entered into if this passes, but I'm fairly confident that we can comfortably afford it, and I'm hopeful that this program will evolve into something that really is helpful to the community and reduce the traffic congestion.
Questions?
No, Mary, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Trish.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution regarding Grand County's commitment to funding a recreational hotspot transit shuttle pilot program. And I want to say I'm really excited about it when I'm in those communities that do have shuttle systems that just Telluride or Sun Valley system. It's just really cool to see how it's used by tourists and citizens. So.
Thank you, Trish. Motion by Trish. Do I have a second? Second by Evan. Discussion? All in favor? Say aye or raise your hand. All opposed? Gabriel, are you froze? I think Gabriel's frozen.
Yeah,
We've lost.
frozen from my point of view as well.
Okay, so passes unanimously with with Gabriel Wojtek unavailable. Or would I say that passed 6 with 1 commissioner unavailable? So thank you. We are now to approving updates to the Grand County face covering policy. Chris Baird.
Mallory, you want to take this one?
Sure.
Earlier, so. And
Sure.
then Mallory drafted this as well. Good job, so I'll let you take this one.
Okay. So this is just, like I said, based on the CDC guidelines. I think it's something we're seeing more and more. I know today California took a huge step and lifted all of their guidelines outside of public transit and things like that, where people are in close proximity to one another. So I'm not sure how many of our staff members came forward voluntarily to get the incentive vacation day or the $50 for getting their vaccinations, but my sense is that a good number of people have done so. And that, at this point, it's also really hard to enforce the mask mandate. And I think it's maybe time for us to align with the CDC guidelines.
Thank you, Mallory. Questions? Entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve repealing and replacing the Grand County face covering policy effective June 16th, 2021.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Jacques. Discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We still do not have Gabriel, so it passed. There we are. We just voted on, Gabriel, we just voted on the mask. Let's see if he got frozen again. We just voted on the mask, and you're, okay, so passes unanimously.
Sorry
And I assume you would have voted for the hotspot? Yes, okay, we can safely say they both voted, passed unanimously. We are to consent agenda items. Ratifying the chair's signature on a Federal Aviation Administration grant 038 for the snow removal equipment building design in the amount of $146,000 and associate cooperative agreement with the Aeronautic Operation Divisions of the State of Utah. Ratifying the chair's signature on a Federal Aviation Administration grant 039, to acquire snow removal equipment loader in the amount of $274,930 and associated cooperative agreement with the Aeronautics Operation Division of the State of Utah. Do I have a motion to accept the consent? Motion by Jacques to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Passes unanimously. We are to calendar items and special events. Mallory.
Yes, so just a few things. As was mentioned earlier, there is the professional fireworks show scheduled right now for July 4th. Some of the advertisement says approximately around dark, and from past estimates, that is pretty close to 10 p.m. So again, emphasis on professional. It sounds like it's been well discussed and that folks are comfortable and do believe that it's the safest way to celebrate. We do need to have a special meeting prior to June 22nd. We need to certify the tax rates, and we didn't get that on the agenda today. So we have to have that finalized by June 22nd, but we also need the 5-day special meeting notice, which would be covered if we can agree to something in this meeting outside of the required 24-hour agenda posting. So I'm wondering if there's any availability. It shouldn't be more than 10 or 15 minutes on Monday, June 21st. We would just need the quorum of 4, but as many as possible. Kevin?
Yeah, Monday, only time I'm busy on Monday is at noon to 1. That Monday, thus far.
Anytime works for me, Monday.
Most likely I could at least call in.
Great.
What, do we want it morning?
I just want, no, I'm busy at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Monday.
Why don't we do it in the morning, like at 9:30? 9?
I could do it in the morning.
Yeah, let's do Monday morning at 9. Do 10 minutes, be a hot then.
I'll speak up and take ownership of the special meeting. It wasn't Chris or Mallory's fault. I've been working on this in the background, but getting on the meeting schedule just slipped my mind. So, but yeah, we do need to specify the tax rate. That's important.
Okay. Monday, 21st at 9. Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, Monday, the 21st at 9 a.m. and we'll send out the agenda again. One item, should be very short. And the other thing is, you may recall there's the special joint workshop with the city on Tuesday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. I think Evan asked in the last meeting about the format, and I did reach out to the city, and they have gone to in-person meetings, but somewhat hybrid ish. So what they have proposed, they have done away with their use of Zoom, is my understanding, and instead they've attempted to upgrade their audio so that folks can call a delay. So they're proposing that it be in person, or that you all could watch on Zoom and call in and provide any comments or questions over the phone. I'm not sure your thoughts on that, or if you might want to have a further discussion, but.
Also have the option of attending in person.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll send those details. We will have to
Everybody's
post,
free today.
but we'll just get the agenda.
Okay.
Frozen?
You're just cutting out. You and Chris have had problems today. And so did Gabe.
Just one clarification, Mallory, to what you had just said. The last part, you said that you can watch on Zoom and call in. Did you mean to say you can watch on YouTube and call in?
Yes, that's
okay.
Okay. Okay, anything else? We've said it, Mallory? Is that all?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
I wanted to make one correction to the calendar.
Okay.
The Chamber of Commerce meeting is June 23rd. Actually, always the 4th Wednesday of the month, and not the last Wednesday of the month.
We will update that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good catch, Jacques. There's usually just 4. So thank you. Anything else?
Mary,
We
just a quick reiteration that there is the incident fire team meeting tonight at 7 for the community. So just throwing that out.
Yeah. And I will email everybody about taking a day that we just go to the planning. It wouldn't have to be every day, but showing our face now and then I think is a good idea. We have reached the end of our agenda. If no one objects, I will adjourn this meeting of June 21st, 2019. Anyone object? Meeting adjourned. We're out at 6:54.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll
Mary.
be in Thursday to sign all those papers, Mallory.
And so I'm going to leave this link to the fire briefing up for a little bit, just so the public, if they're interested, can join in just a few minutes.